So things like this are the reason primarily why we're requesting the changes to this grant, as well as the solid waste removal program. Being out there, I've seen a lot of solid waste in these colonias, and these people, they don't have a place to put it, so they tend to dump it on the county roads. And it's a big issue. So we're requesting these changes based on the feedback of the people in the colonias, their needs, what they're asking of me, and also what we've personally seen. We'd love to do our best job to assist these people and help the most people that we can through this grant. And I feel that these are the ways that we're going to be able to accomplish this goal. And I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any comments, anything? Anna, do you have anything you need to say?
Yes, so this is a public hearing, so we can,
Yes.
part of the requirements that we have to do, so we'll be bringing a resolution for the court's approval for signatures so they can submit it to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs so we can amend the contract that we have with them. Yes.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask on that, Dustin or Anna, you may know this. This is not the first time that this funding has been dispersed to counties. In fact, we're the 8th county in the state, the only one that's not along the border, to have access to this funding because of our designation as a colonial self-help center. Are we finding then, I guess, different challenges, Dustin, as you described in your observations out in the colonias? What can you tell us are different than, say, Cameron County or Hidalgo County or Webb County? Those are some of the 3 biggest, well-known colonial self-help centers in the state. So how does your observations differ from them? I know y'all only operate, I think, maybe in Cameron and with us, because those issues are concerning, and I appreciate wanting to adjust for our needs. But are there other counties that have experienced this and have maybe taken a different approach or a different strategy that has maybe helped mitigate some of these problems? So I don't know, Dustin, if you can answer that, and Anna, if you have any suggestions as well.
So I do know that in Cameron and Willacy, we did run the same solid waste removal program, and it was a huge success down there. So that was an idea that we came up with based on the needs down here, but also having previously administered a similar service. And we're confident that we can help out, quite a few people in the colonial with the need that is there. Now with the reconstruction to rehabilitation, as we call it, with the houses, I'm very familiar with the Coastal Bend area, being from here, born and raised. So, I know the needs here, and I think a lot of that's in relation to, we've had a lot of windstorms and things lately, so roofs have become a big issue. I think, with the conditions of our weather that we have and, some of the more severe events, rehab is a more pressing concern for the colonial residents here, maybe than reconstruction in the colonias along the border.
So I guess in the meantime, between now and when we bring this back to court, I'll maybe visit with you, if not at least with Anna, and we'll talk more as far as strategy or just, do we proceed and is this the best route? I trust your observations. I know that there's a lot of other counties that have, worked through these issues, and we're a little different because our colonias are not as, let's say, organized, not as centralized as you find in other counties, right? There are hubs, there are small communities that are all gathered. Ours, if you look at the map, yes, they are tiny neighborhoods and communities, but they're very decentralized. I mean, if you look at the map in western Nueces County, and they're just very sporadic throughout that map. So ours, compared to, say, going to Webb County, you would have, say, thousands of people living in one area, whereas ours have maybe 100 if you're lucky.
Yes,
and that's 100 people, not 100 families. So there's a difference in what we face compared to others. So I'll talk more offline with you all on this. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit more about how you implemented the solid waste program, what that consisted of?
Yes, sir. I wasn't the one that administered the solid waste program, but to my knowledge, we partnered with Republic Services down there, and they removed, they did a street by street. What we do is we look at all the streets and the residences within our colonias, and we go house by house. We send out flyers a few days prior in order to inform the residents that there is a solid waste removal coming through. And it operates much like how the city operates our, solid debris and the brush pile removal, where we have a grapple truck, and they load those into separate trucks and take those to the landfill. So the program was very successful, to my knowledge.
But
and
this was just a one-time event. It's not something that you do on a.
Commissioner, this hasn't happened yet, so he's going to be working with our Frontier Services. They've put out a bid for contract companies right now.
Right.
So this will eventually come to fruition. We're going to come to you and tell you these are the locations what we're going to hit. These are the items that we're going to pick up. We'll probably get you to the commissioners in those areas to put out flyers that says, hey, these are when they're coming through.
Well, I appreciate that, but as I said, this is sort of a one-time, hit at the problem, and after we do that, then the problem begins to recreate itself. And I guess we still do this the same way. We go out, we serve as the sort of the fiduciary agent for going out for bid every 3 years or whatever it is for the garbage pickup in the unincorporated areas of the county, but not everybody subscribes to that. And so, that's something we may want to look at in the future for a resolution to that problem, and maybe we can work with our partners here.
The court, I believe, has not chosen to do this, but we started the program back when the county was actually doing the solid waste pickup.
Right.
I used to be in charge of that.
Yeah.
So we could actually mandate that everybody joins the service, but that's, again, it's a big logistical thing, and we don't want to tell people what to do.
Sure.
Because those that do take the service, they pay for that service. We
No,
just
that's-
serve it. Yeah,
The problem is we're, as a county, we're expending on a year in, year out basis, and all the commissioners know this, we expend a great deal of money going out and picking up trash out of our county ditches and that sort of thing. So it's an ongoing problem that we have in specific areas. So, and we have construction companies that utilize our county roads as their dump site and those sort of things. So anyway, thank you very much for your information.
Commissioner Mares, along the lines of what you were discussing, this is, I'll let Ana speak to it.
This is the first time we've been awarded this contract. Nueces County was added onto the list of the locations that can serve a self-help center. And so this grant will be ending December 31st, 2026. That is why we're trying to just move some of these monies to debris removal, which is $20,000. If it's a great success, when we apply for the next round, we can add more money or whatever the need is. So we will come back to you and say what is the greatest need of the colonias and which 5 colonias will be selected. Because right now we're only servicing Banquete, Blue Bonnet, Cindy Park, Ranch, and Jalen. Mm-hmm.
Gosh. And we're trying to spend all the funding that we have between now and December 26th. Is that correct?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
We're trying to spend all the funding that we have been allocated by the state by this December 26th deadline.
Yes, sir. It's $500,000, and that's why we're trying to move the reconstruction to rehabilitation, which will probably make it move a lot faster than reconstruction. And since the military is here, the Marine Corps is helping us do IRT. They're doing their training, and we're doing the colonial surveys. We're asking them what is their greatest access, or what is the greatest need that they feel they need their attention to. So we'll bring all that to you as well.
If we have any money left, I don't know if that can be repurposed to help fund the IRT for maybe next summer, since we still have another summer before this expires. One, said this before, I'm very familiar with this. I mean, went to Austin several times on this item to get this designation. It's worth it. We stumbled in the beginning as a county to get exactly what the purpose was. My concern with this is we bring it up later, and I know that's more not the public hearing, but just we're not going to have an overlap, and I think that most of the programs and fundings in other counties have an overlap, and so we're going to be without a period of time if we get renewed for more funding. Is that something that's going to happen to us, or will this be a seamless process? If maybe you can figure that out between now and consent item L, you can get me an answer to that unless you know now.
Consent L.
Yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure that we don't miss out, because if this expires December 1st, 2026, obviously the legislature, other than the special term they're in right now, won't meet again until January of 2027. So for them to vote or to allocate, so maybe the department has these funds and they can distribute it during non-session time, but that would just be my concern. So maybe if you can look into that and try to get an answer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll do that.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this subject for the public hearing? Anyone that didn't have the opportunity to sign up that wishes to speak? And thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work on this matter. Thank you.
And we owe big thanks to Commissioner Mars. I mean, he's
Absolutely.
done a lot of work on this. He's helped secure this funding, and Commissioner, thank you very much for your work on this.
Then we are going to close this public hearing. It is 9:21 and moving to our regular meeting. I have asked, who is saying they can't?
I'm trying to figure it out too. I'm not sure
Yeah.
that's right, but
Yeah, okay. We're getting messages that there's trouble with Zoom,
I'm not sure.
we're not sure if it's Zoom, no video showing, so Peyton or someone, if y'all can go check with IT. Moving on to item F, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. Number 1 is a resolution in recognition of the Texas State Aquarium's 35th anniversary, and I see Peyton is going to read that resolution first for us. Yes.
Whereas the Nueces County Commissioners Court takes special notice and acknowledges the Texas State Aquarium for 35 years of outstanding contributions and lasting impact to tourism, economic development, workforce training, and wildlife conservation. And whereas the Texas State Aquarium is a private 501c3 nonprofit organization and the official aquarium of the state of Texas, and has been named number 3 best aquarium in North America by USA Today. And whereas, since 1990, the Texas State Aquarium has grown into one of the premier aquariums in the U.S. and now operates the country's leading and largest wildlife rescue and most advanced wildlife disaster response center. And whereas Texas State Aquarium Center for Wildlife Rescue has played a pivotal role in conservation efforts, successfully returning over 5,000 animals, including 4,000 sea turtles, to their natural Texas habitats, reinforcing the state's commitment to wildlife preservation. And whereas Texas State Aquarium established the nation's only emergency operations center dedicated to wildlife disasters, operating as a cooperative effort among multiple state and federal agencies to monitor and manage emergency wildlife response activities in Texas and along the Texas Gulf Coast. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the year of 2025 as Texas State Aquarium's 35th anniversary in Nueces County, and urges all citizens to join us in congratulating the Texas State Aquarium in celebrating their 35th anniversary. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 23rd day of July, 2025.
Thank you, Peyton. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And I think, are you going to speak? Or who's I'm sorry, I had Jennifer down, so. That's okay. I know, we're happy to have him here too. Yes.
Well, thank you, Commissioners and Judge Scott. we appreciate the recognition. It's been an incredible 35 years to watch this organization grow into not only the public aquarium it is and an education center, but really the wildlife rescue mission of what the aquarium's doing, the rescue center, now at the tip of the spear for the United States. And so we appreciate your support, Commissioner Pusley, and on our board, and so we thank you for your support as well. So it's been an incredible 35 years. When you hear that, it kind of, it's been an interesting couple of years and a lot of work going on, but we've got another plans in place that are really going to not only expand the aquarium, but really expand the wildlife rescue component of what we do and make this the premier location in the United States. So thank you.
Don't leave yet. I'm sure we all have some great comments to say about this. It's too important. And Commissioner Pusley, you want to go first?
Well, thank you very much, Judge. One of the fun things I get to do is serve on the board of the aquarium. It really is a pleasure, and just the number of years I've been there to see how much we've grown and the changes that have taken place, which have all been very positive. And these folks work really hard at making the aquarium a great success. And it's just an amazing facility. The rescue facility is state of the art, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy being a part of that, and thank you for all you do. And during the big freeze that we had here a few months ago, the aquarium stepped up to the plate, and because of the work you did, a number of sea turtles were saved, and that's always a great thing. So thank you all very much for the hard work you put into making that place a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
I thank you all for working with Judge Scott and her team as we prepared for host court last month for our county judge, county commissioner conference. I bring that up because of the bridge, I hadn't gotten down to North Beach as much as I normally would, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
that brought me out to the event in early June, and I hadn't really seen it lit up, right? I hadn't really gotten down to street level. And I was amazed. I was telling my wife, "Oh my gosh, look how great it looks! There's a sea hospital, animal sea life animal hospital right here. All these things to champion and be proud of, and to have it all in one location. And you're right, becoming the premier name in the country. I know you have all had some recent designations as well that the aquarium hasn't had before. So all these things that are just really showcasing why we have such a great pool of people, tourists that come to North Beach, especially, and of course to the aquarium. And there's so much to do out there, and so I just thank you all for your hard work, and I know you have great plans, and be excited to see them once they're unveiled. But thanks for all your work. It's a beautiful showpiece. One of the things that we brag about when we talk about our community is the aquarium. And if you haven't been by in a while, go. Because it had been a couple of years for me. And so when I went, it was like going brand new all over again. And so really enjoyed it. So thanks for y'all's work. Thank you.
They've already made all the comments, but absolutely, it's a great place. Your plans are very exciting for our community. We look forward to working with you on those in the future. We just appreciate everything you do and your team, how they worked with my team in planning our event. The event there was huge success. Everything was perfect. We got so many compliments and everything. So it is a pleasure to work with people like that in our community and to showcase some of our stuff that a lot of people come to town maybe don't get the opportunity to go, and didn't have a single person that wasn't truly amazed and very appreciative and thought it was a great event too. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
I can't not say something, or I'd be
I
like
know.
a really bad guy.
Exactly, although it's already been said.
Unfortunately, what I'll say is I'm old enough to have remembered when you got the designation as the Texas State Aquarium, and you have absolutely taken it to new levels and new heights, and it's really amazing to see all that's going on over there, and we really appreciate everything that the aquarium does and adds to this community. Such a big part, not just of the North Beach area, but of why people come to Corpus Christi, and we appreciate it. And Commissioner Pusley touched on it, and I would be remiss, and I've touched on it several times with you before, but the sea turtle issue is a big deal. your involvement in that and saving those. I just don't think people understand, how much that means to so many people in this community. And I know that's what you're about, right? It's about animals and preserving and protecting and showcasing, and that's really a neat deal. But you weren't charged with saving sea turtles, to start with, and you've taken that to a new height, and we really appreciate that with that facility that you have out there. It's great. So again, they've said it all, but we appreciate the Texas State Aquarium so much in Corpus Christi, and honoring it in just a small way today, and having you here is truly just a small token of our thanks for everything you do for this community. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that.
You have an outstanding board and staff,
Yep.
Absolutely.
and like I said, and that sea turtle release that you did was super cool. I got to go out there, and I've mentioned that before too. And I'm not getting old. I am getting old, but I do remember that I've said this before. But it was such a neat experience to go out there and do that. And I had some friends of mine in town, and they got to do it and be able to carry those turtles to the water, and it was just unbelievable. So thank you for everything you did.
Well, thank you. And it's uniquely Texan to do that, we get that. I think we're very fortunate to work and operate in a community that understands the importance of wildlife and what that means for Texans. And so it's just been a great ride to watch that program grow, and we're not done. There's a lot to come. So
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could get y'all to come forward, we have a
Just one
resolution.
final
Go
note,
ahead.
Judge, and I worked with Teresa this year, and we got the aquarium approved for receiving outside agency funding from the Commissioners Court.
Yes.
And so,
Thank you for that, yes.
on a go-forward basis, we can help out a little bit.
Yep, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Every bit helps. Thank you.
Well, we'll stay up here. It's okay. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
You didn't want to stand by me. You're important.
A little bit? Okay.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Being here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
All right. Thank y'all. Very nice.
This is a fun part.
Well deserved.
Yeah, this is a nice part.
Yeah. Well deserved. We don't get to do that enough.
Okay, moving on to item G, public comment. We have up first Heather Hubert. Yes, she'll pass them out for us. Thank you. And just a refresher, since we came from a public hearing, this is public comment. We cannot comment back. We can listen, we can clarify if there's something that needs to be addressed. But
Thank you.
we appreciate it, and you have 3 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Heather Hurlbert, and I am one of the Assistant City Managers for the City of Corpus Christi. I am before you today to speak on the request for the county's participation in a new TERS, or a tax increment financing zone, that will be created in Linden. We have had good success with partnership with not only the county but also Del Mar in improving infrastructure across the city, stimulating growth and tax increment, and providing public amenities for those within our 4 active TERSs that we have currently. A TERS is a zone where the taxes created by development within that zone are reinvested back into the zone. And so these are in areas that either are in need of redevelopment or in areas that are not developed at the time. So why a TERS in this area? This land in this area is primarily undeveloped and does not have the infrastructure to support the development, which will inhibit development in this area. A lot of this area has been developed in larger acre lots on septic systems. What this TERS will do will enable these lots as they come in to be able to be connected into the city sewer system, along with allowing for water, stormwater, streets, parks, and other infrastructure within this area. The vision of this TERS is to have targeted infrastructure investments to catalyze and support growth. Also, master planning of this area to ensure that we have smart growth, connected growth with parks, trails, and public spaces. Next is a map of the proposed boundary of the TERS. And why is this TERS different? To receive TERS funding, development must exceed the Uniform Development Code, must be annexed into the city limits, and must connect to city sewer. The taxing entities will not begin contributing to the TERS until a project or subzone has been approved and the land is annexed into the city limits. So this is very different than all of our other TERS that we have currently. Also, the developments will only receive funding from new the revenue that they generate. So within the TERS, there will be larger subzones, which will be individual developments, and they will only receive 50% of the increment that they create in new growth. So anything that is already being collected does not go into the TERS, and it is only off of the new growth. So the proposed terms of this TERS are a 25-year TERS to allow for developers to participate over the next 5 years and still receive 20 years of increment. And this will be capped at a 50% contribution. Unlike many of our other TERS, which are at larger percentages, the county would receive 50% of every new dollar that is being created through the investment in this TERS. Currently, we do have 2 subzones that are being proposed, or that are being considered. One is for the proper and one is for Marabella. Marabella is an amenity-based development of over 300 acres with a planned 1,100 homes. The proper is a mixed-use development including houses, retail, office space, and entertainment, and other areas. There you go.
That was very good. Yes. Thank you. Next up, we have Arlo Medrano. Am I saying that correct? Yes.
I guess my handwriting was bad. Arlene Medrano.
Thank you.
Arlene Medrano, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District, and I was here a couple of weeks ago for public comment. I hope to get on the agenda in the near future. I just wanted to come today. I saw several TERS items on the agenda, and I wanted to share that our 17-member Downtown Management District Board of Directors recently passed a resolution in support of the renewal of the tax increment reinvestment zone number 3, which is downtown, and it comes uptown up to Tonkawa. And so we really wanted to, I'll be emailing that to all of the commissioners and staff later today. I wanted to emphasize and reinforce that this partnership between the City Council of Corpus Christi, City of Corpus Christi, Del Mar College Board of Regents, and Nueces County Commissioners Court, it's an alliance that has worked really well since the creation of this TERS zone. We have, with the work of the City of Corpus Christi and the Downtown Management District, we have leveraged over $200 million worth of development in downtown using $20 million of TERS funding. And so year after year, there are projects throughout downtown that are supporting economic development through the TERS fundings. We do economic gardening is what we like to call it. That's beautification projects. That includes landscaping, cleaning, etc. And all of that relies on the support and this alliance between our 3 major governmental entities in the city and region, truly. And so I wanted to make sure that I let you all know that without the combined support of all entities, it would not be possible, and we would not be able to continue the progress that we have made in downtown. So thank you all again for your support.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Arlene. Major Adam Lorenz.
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Major Lorenz, and I'm the officer in charge of the 10 Marines that have been from 3rd Civil Affairs Group, our unit, currently supporting the grant survey collection program here in Nueces County. The effort is enabled by the Department of Defense's Innovative Readiness Training Program. That program, which we call IRT, pairs units like ours with communities like yours. Through the program, military units help communities while also meeting their critical unit training requirements. My unit, 3rd Civil Affairs Group, is one of only 3 civil affairs units in the Marine Corps. We exist completely in the reserves, and we are the Marines' premier capability when it comes to helping and including the civilian populace in all military planning efforts for the Marine Corps. We come from many Marine Corps specialties and jobs, and we have every civilian occupation you can imagine. I'm a stay-at-home dad. Our job is to deploy with Marine units around the world and advise commanders on how best to interact with and help communities that Marine units will meet. We do this through using many of the skills our partnership with Nueces County has allowed us to practice. Our work enhances Marine Corps' operational warfighting capabilities and helps supported commanders protect civilians, their property, and livelihoods. Through the IRT program, your county has given us the opportunity to practice a significant number of skills key to the success of our unit. This includes working outside of our native languages, conducting surveys, assessing infrastructure, and managing collected survey information. Our work here has been in support of your grant program and would have been impossible without that program's staff helping us. Our work completes work started 2 years ago by your county and our unit. To date, we have visited over 24 colonias, talked to over 500 of your residents, and made over 2,000 attempts to survey. Through all of this, we've been assisted by members of the county, community volunteers, and administrators from the Texas A&M Colonias program. Through this work, we have supported your grant program with surveys and survey data, which are required to apply for grants, and that are key to helping the residents of Nueces County Colonias. Throughout our time, we have met with nothing but warm support and encouragement. On behalf of the Marines of our detachment and 3rd Civil Engineers Group, I would like to thank the Commissioners Court and residents of Nueces County for all of the support. Thank you, and Semper Fidelis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dominguez, you're signed up also? There, Mr. Dominguez. Since he isn't here, I'd like to do something a little bit other. If we could ask the Marines to come up, we want to do a photo really quick because they are here only for a short time. The public comment is over. We just want to do a photo with them before they leave town. So, all the commissioners, if you would come down, please.
Go and I'll take a picture. I'm here.
Like I said earlier, we bring the other branches to disputes. They said they wanted to get the rest of the money. So I think we're close. We're good.
Thank y'all for your service, too.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Moving on to item H, board appointments. The number 1, the Nueces County Emergency Service District number 4. And I believe that is in your precinct, Commissioner Pusley.
I'm sorry, Your
distracted.
Honor. I was
Yes.
listening to my fellow
My
commissioner.
bad. I
Where are we
distracted.
at now?
We're at H1, your board appointment for the Nueces County Emergency Service District. We had 1 resignation. We got 2 applicants, and I believe you have a motion to appoint one.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I don't have the name in front of me. Give me 1 second here, Your Honor.
Okay.
Catherine Wimberly, yes.
Pardon?
Wimberly or Barbara Jones?
Catherine Wimberly.
I'm here.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Catherine Wimberly, please.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to our consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion? I would like to pull item C, numbers 4 and 5.
Which, 4?
4 and 5 on the list. It's pay up 9 and 10.
Oh, just,
Yeah,
okay.
with on
C,
the-
4 and 5.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a bunch of other payments on there. Those are the
No,
only.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, my bad.
And I'd like to pull item H.
H.
Yes.
Anything else? Then I would make the motion to pass a consent agenda excluding item C, number 4 and 5, and item H.
I so move.
Oh, wait, Teresa, do you have, that's a second? Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Mott has made a statement about getting some information before doing
Oh, that's
L.
right, L, I'm sorry.
So do you want to pull L
I mean,
also?
I'm good with that. I can follow up
Okay.
offline. I was just hoping if Anna had it beforehand, that she could kind of present it publicly, but I'm sure she's probably working on it, so. Well,
We had to get it
We got time
signed,
to
that's
work.
why it's
Yeah.
on there.
No, we
Yeah.
got time to work
Okay.
on it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda excluding item C, number 4 and 5, and item H. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item C, it's number 4 and 5, I need to pull those two payments because they were late payments and they were already paid with an early release check. So I'd make the motion to exclude those two because they have already been paid. I guess, do we need a motion for that?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 They will be on the early release check thing on the next agenda. They're not, they shouldn't be on this one.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so, okay. Teresa's looking at me like, what are you doing, Judge?
Yeah. So it's a little weird.
Yes, yes. Then moving on to item H.
Yes, Your Honor. I just pulled this simply to make the court aware that, once again, I worked with Teresa and the local American Heart Association to get them approved to receive diabetes funding from the Commissioner's Court. As you well know, the American Heart Association here locally works very hard to raise funds for promoting the great things that they do through research and technology. And one of the programs they have is diabetes education, because as we all know, diabetes is a big part of your health and heart health. And so they are, with this funding, they're going to implement some additional training classes and whatnot for people in our community with respect to diabetes. So I just wanted to let the court know that. And with that, I would move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much, unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda, item 3A1, discuss and consider accepting and adopting the meeting minutes for July 9th and July 11th.
I so move.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes on the minutes. Next up, item number 2, receive a presentation from Ben Kincaid. Thank you for coming in for this meeting as well, with CRI advisors on the findings for both the forensic audit of the Nueces County Self-Insurance Group Health and the County Auditor's Office and the county in general. So thank you.
Good morning. I believe you all should have a copy of the presentation, and I don't know if it'll be brought up on the screens here or not.
Yes.
There it is.
Yes.
Again, as stated, my name is Ben Kincaid. I'm a partner with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, and I lead the forensic accounting practice for CRI. We were tasked as a firm to assist the county with certain forensic accounting services, specifically in relation to the auditor's office and the health insurance fund. If we can advance to the next slide. So initially we had anticipated that this meeting would serve as our presentation of the final reports. There were some delays in receiving some of the documentation that we had requested throughout the course of our work. That information was received last week, so we now anticipate on providing the draft reports to the county the first full week in August of this year. Once those draft reports will be received, there will be two separate reports, one that covers the health insurance fund specifically, and then the other that will cover the county auditor's office and the remainder of the county. Within those reports, you'll find that we'll have detailed findings and recommendations. We'll also include, as part of the final report that will be again presented to the Commission, management responses in relation to our findings and recommendations and any actions that management may take in relation to those. Today we're going to be presenting our preliminary findings based off of the results of our procedures to date. There are more findings than what we will be presenting here today, but for the sake of time, we're looking at the major findings and giving a very high-level overview. So if we can advance the next slide.
Could I just interrupt you 1 second?
Yes, sir.
If I could, Judge. Could we, for the record, state what period of time this audit covers?
Yes, sir. For both the health insurance fund as well as the overall county, we were looking at from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024. So a 5-year review period is what we analyze for in both sets.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And just for the audience as well, and any other electeds or anybody watching, they will be coming back once they do their final report with suggestions. We have also planned to have them here for a day for any electeds or department heads that want to meet with them directly and hear more in depth than, about the audit and changes or suggestions for us to do in the future to help eliminate some of this.
Absolutely. So first we're going to dive into the health insurance fund and the preliminary findings there. So if we can advance to the next slide. So by way of background, why are we here today? The health insurance fund is really a subset of the self-insurance fund within the county. There are two different sets of health insurance plans within the county that the employees may choose from, whether that be an EPO plan or a PPO plan. The county also employs a stopgap coverage for any high medical claims that may be processed by the county. Over the past several years, there have been deficits within the health insurance fund that created concerns. There were also some concerns related to loans that were being provided from the general fund to the health insurance fund, as well as various transfers amongst the funds. There was also some changes in the pay schedule deductions for the health insurance and related benefits, where the normal pay schedule, there's 24 pay periods where there's health insurance deductions, and in fiscal year ending 2024, that was changed to 23 pay periods. And so there's concerns about what the effects that change had. So if we can advance to the next slide. So in relation to the scope of work that we had proposed on, we developed various procedures to analyze in relation to those concerns and relation to the scope that was provided to us. We conducted various interviews throughout the county. We also analyzed various financial records for the health insurance fund for completeness and accuracy. We looked at the sources and uses of the funds that were transferred to offset the losses within the health insurance fund. We did analyze the pay schedule change that I mentioned earlier, as well as analyzing the procurement of various agreements that were processed underneath and related to the health insurance fund. And then finally, we looked at determining whether or not the county's internal controls were overridden in respect to the health insurance fund. If we can advance to the next slide. On this slide, you'll find a table reflecting for our review period, again, from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024, a presentation of the revenues as presented on the county's financial statements. You can see there that during our 5-year review period, there was approximately $83.6 million in revenues that were received by the Health Insurance Fund. Those revenues are correct, but they are also a little deceiving in the fact that it does not reflect the true reality of the county's contributions and the employees' contributions. What's also included in those revenues and is proper for financial statement purposes is the additional monies that the county has contributed over the years to help cover the deficits. And so it obscures to some degree the true reality of the fund performance. So in the next column, you'll see revenues less transfers. And what that represents is what I'll term here as adjusted revenues to reflect purely the employer and employee contributions and the related ancillary revenues to, again, reflect a more true reality of the revenues that the Health Insurance Fund has been generating during the 5-year period. So you can see when you compare the adjusted revenues of $74 million during the review period to the expenditures of $84 million during the same review period, there's been a deficit of just shy of $10.1 million in the Health Insurance Fund. And that has been primarily been caught up in relation to additional county contributions into the Health Insurance Fund to cover those losses. If we can advance to the next slide. Here's a representation of that same data on a graph that reflects in every single year when we're looking at the adjusted revenues in comparison to the expenditures that, at least for our review period, that the expenditures exceeded the adjusted revenues. And so that, again, indicates that the what's being generated on a regular recurring basis for the Health Insurance Fund is not sufficient to cover the expenditures for the Health Insurance Fund. If we can advance to the next slide, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the causes behind that. Here's another table that represents, again, the adjusted revenues for fiscal years 2020 through 2024. You can see that from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2023, there was fairly minimal increases in revenue during those years. Those revenues primarily related to refunds or changes in the number of participants in the plan. So as employees choose to participate in certain funds and the county contributes funds to those, and those employees leave or come on board, the revenues fluctuate along those lines. In fiscal year 2024, the revenues did substantially increase by 33%. The vast majority of that increase was related to the stopgap coverage that I mentioned earlier for some high medical claims that were processed to help offset those losses. The expenditures during this time period rose significantly more than what the revenues were. So as time has progressed, the expenditures have continued to increase without a corresponding increase in the health insurance revenues. Out of the 5 years within our review period, there was only 1 year where the county elected to increase both the employer and the employee contributions for the health insurance plan, which in part contributed to the losses that you are seeing here, that there was not a comparable increase. When you look at the premium increase there in the last column, that represents solely the county's employer contribution, does not represent the employee contributions. Depending upon the employee plan, in some cases, if you were a member of the EPO plan, those contributions for the employees did not increase at all. And so some employees saw no increase during this entire time period. If we compare that to surrounding Texas counties that are similar in size, the county, when looking at the employee contributions or the employee premiums, the county, Nueces counties and premiums are at the low side of what we see from surrounding counties and comparable counties that have self-insurance funds. Conversely, the county contributions into the self-insurance fund, the county's premiums are at the high side in comparison to the surrounding comparable counties. When we look at the industry as a whole, medical costs have obviously increased nationwide. Health insurance has increased as well in relation to those increased medical costs. There was a survey put out in 2024 by the Kaiser Family Foundation that showed premiums from the employers increased for health insurance plans by 24%. You can see that at the highest amount for the county at 19.16%, it's still well below what the employers as a whole have increased their premiums. And again, that's at the highest point, not the average point. Employee premiums nationwide have increased approximately 5% during the same time period. And again, in some cases, Nueces County employees did not receive any increase in their premiums, depending upon the plan that they're a member of. All of this has, in part, contributed to the losses and the deficit that the fund has experienced. If we can advance to the next slide. Here is a overview of the, again, the primary major findings within the health insurance fund. Number one, there was a lack of transparency of the financial status and the fund performance by the auditor's office to the commissioner's court. What was primarily being presented to the commissioner's court was the fund balance, which when you include the transfers from the general fund into the health insurance fund, that was obscuring the true financial performance and true fund balances of what was occurring.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Yes, sir.
I think it's really fair to point out that this was the prior county auditor, not the current county auditor who
Yes, sir.
just started. And part of the reasons we're here is because of the things that this commissioner's court had concerns over, and we spent a significant amount of money to bring you in to do this independent forensic audit. But again, this is not reflective of the current county auditor. And I think that's really important to note for the public who's watching and the media who's watching, that the Board of Judges took great steps in moving in a different direction based on some of the things that we had reported. And so it is a new day at Nueces County, and we are very much aware of these. But again, former county auditor, not current county auditor.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir. And you might, as you're making presentation, I know it sounds repetitive, but you might say that moving forward if that's what it is, because sometimes it takes people, me included, 3 times before you hear it. That's why sometimes I say it 3 times. It's not because I'm senile. Maybe my wife thinks that, but I'm not. But still, being serious, I mean, please point that out as you're going forward in this too.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
There was also a lack of appropriate forecasting by the former county auditor in relation to the health insurance fund. As you could see by the previous tables, that costs have increased within Nueces County. The costs have increased nationwide, and the county has not been immune to that. But again, what had been presented was not sufficient for the Commissioner's Court to make accurate and reliable financial decisions in relation to the health insurance fund. The employee-employer contributions, as I mentioned, have not increased except for 1 year out of the 5-year review period in relation to that. I'll also say, as the county contributes to those deficits, there are other districts, other intergovernmental agreements that participate within the health insurance fund, and when the county does not increase the premiums, they do not share with the covering the fund deficits that the health insurance fund has generated. There was as I alluded to earlier, a change in the pay schedule by the former county auditor's office. There was historically the Nueces County, as most organizations that have biweekly payroll, they deduct the health insurance and related benefits on 24 out of those 26 pay periods. So every month there's 2 deductions that occur during that process. In the fiscal year ending 2024, that changed as a catch-up from 24 pay periods to 23. The basis behind that and the intention behind that from the county auditor's perspective was good. The actuality was a little bit negative in terms of the county historically has operated where the employees are, from a cash flow perspective, are contributing one pay period in advance to the health insurance premiums. And so there is a one pay period, again, from a cash flow perspective, one pay period that's essentially a loan or advance revenue that is being received, deferred revenue that should be reflected on the books. The county has not reflected that on the books. The county has, and the auditor's office underneath the former auditor has primarily kept the health insurance funds on a cash basis of accounting for the revenues versus an accrual basis of accounting. And so when that change occurred, from an accrual perspective, there should have been no loss, because that one pay period that was adjusted was essentially refunding advance premiums that were prepaid, and essentially by employees and by the county. The county is actually, from an accrual perspective, historically been collecting two pay periods in advance. And so currently, even after this change, the county still is collecting one pay period in advance for the health insurance premiums, both the employer and the employee portion. And so there would be, to the financial statements, another adjustment of $300,000 to $400,000 to the health insurance fund, which means that the health insurance fund is overstated by $300,000 to $400,000 currently, because the books have not been maintained as they should have been by the former county auditor. During our review period, we also looked at the loans and transfers and compared those to what the Commissioners Court had approved. We identified $3.75 million in loans and transfers that were not brought before the Commissioners Court and were not made aware by the former county auditor. The contracts that were procured during our review period, there was, in case of two evaluators, there was no documentation in relation to two of the non-disclosure agreements, and there was a lack of clarity regarding how those vendors were ultimately selected. The evaluation matrix was not utilized, or at least it was not documented within the files that were provided to us, so there was a lack of clarity on how the evaluators reached the decision that they made based off the documentation to us. We can advance to the next slide. We will begin talking about the auditor's office and the county as a whole in relation to the results of our forensic procedures. If we can advance to the next slide. Again, a little bit of background here. This is in relation to all county funds that were underneath the auditor's oversight, the former county auditor's oversight, and we were again looking at the 5 fiscal years from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024. There were various errors in the budgets, as well as other items that were brought before the Commissioners Court that were made aware to the auditor's office that led to concerns regarding the accuracy and reliability of the documentation that was being received by the Commissioners Court. There was also severe challenges in relation to the county's ERP software transition from one solution to Workday that created significant hurdles for the county as well. And so that was the background and precipitous to us coming in and looking at the auditor's office and these related funds. If we can look at the next slide. Again, similar to the health insurance fund, we developed, based off of the scope provided to us, various procedures. We talked to 35 plus employees, both current and former, throughout the county, from department heads to supervisors to line level employees, to get a good understanding of the county's operations for each department. We analyzed the financial statements for completeness and accuracy, the budgets. We looked at the financial records for compliance and irregularities. We looked at the year-end financial processes, the P card and fuel card activities, payroll, invoices, contracts, procurements, pretty much anything financial. We looked at it from a risk-based sample methodology. If we can advance on to the next slide. And again, these are high-level findings. These are not consist of all of the findings, and the details behind each of these will be contained in the reports that will be presented to you all again. Overall, we determined that the auditor's office was operating as a silo within the county, and that affected its operations and its ability to serve as the auditor for the county as a whole. And again, this is speaking to the former auditor. There are other siloed operations, other siloed departments that operate in a similar manner, maybe not to the same degree as the auditor's office, but certainly that siloed effect has permeated during our review period in respect to various departments and processes that impacted the operational abilities and efficiencies within the county.
Which, in point, is why I was very excited about you coming back after you send us the next future plans to take care of these problems. We have to have buy-in from everybody, and if you're elected officials or any other departments, this is the whole county as a whole. If we want to move forward with new policies that take care of this and correct the problems, we have a great opportunity here with the court and with the new auditor's office, with purchasing, with elected departments. If we're going to come up with ways to move forward, we need to all be in this together. So if you're an elected official watching, I certainly hope that when he comes back, you will make one of those appointments and sit down and visit with him. So thank you.
We also determined that the county has had an elevated fraud risk during our review period, again, underneath the former county auditor's tenure. I would not say that the county has a high fraud risk. There are certain areas that I would consider and will be detailed in the report that are high, but from where the county should be versus where it certainly is at a higher or elevated fraud risk from what it should be. There was insufficient planning and ultimate management of the ERP system conversion, which led to a lot of the issues that the county has been experienced and still dealing with today. There was a lack of policies and procedures, standard operating policies and procedures in the auditor's office, but this is throughout the county as well. Policies and procedures that were in place, there was lack of reviews and oversight in relation to those policies and procedures to make sure that there was compliance with those policies and procedures. Bank reconciliations were not being performed or adjusted on a timely basis throughout the review period. The old ERP system, One Solution, did not allow for a system bank reconciliation. And so the bank reconciliations were being done in a manual process, essentially an Excel spreadsheet. With the new ERP system does have that functionality, but due to concerns in relation to the reliability of the information within the new financial system, the bank reconciliations are still being performed on a manual basis. That's inefficient, it's prone to error, prone to manipulation, and should be moved away from as soon as possible. There was a overall lack of procurement card oversight during the entirety of our review period. There was no audits, reviews outside the departmental supervisor signing off on the P cards during this time period. If we can advance to the next slide. There was a lack of wholesale oversight in relation to fuel card expenditures. We found very minimal, if any, oversight in relation to the fuel card purchases. Purchase orders that are issued by the county generally lack sufficient detail as far as the amounts, the quantities, the contract details, descriptions of those items. The ones that do have those descriptions are not utilized in the manner that they should be, and many of them do not contain those details at all. And so there's been an improper use of the purchase orders and insufficient documentation in relation to that. There's been insufficient supporting documentation for certain gift card purchases that the county purchases during the review period. The only procurement training that the county provides to employees is upon their initiation with the county. There's no regular reoccurring procurement training for updates to policies and procedures, and so that's an issue there. There's been non-compliance with policies and procedures, whether that be travel, procurement cards, purchase orders, etc. There has been leave accruals for PTO that were allowed in excess of the annual caps. There is an annual cap that is established by the Commissioners Court. In some cases, those caps were not adjusted as required, which has led to approximately $150,000 in over leave accruals. The county currently does not have any type of process or methodology to report any type of fraud or concerns related to noncompliance, and so our recommendation would be for the county to implement a fraud hotline. If we can advance to the next slide. We would also recommend to go hand in hand with that, the county implement a regular reoccurring fraud awareness training. In most cases, fraud is not caught by an external auditor. That's not their primary purpose or role. It's caught by employees. And so if you better equip the employees to identify those type of issues, then there'll be a better presence throughout the county in relation to decreasing potential frauds from occurring. The county is currently underutilizing its new ERP system. There's certain modules that the county asks for and is paying for that are not currently being utilized. I know some of those are in work in progress, but that goes back in hand with the lack of proper planning and management of the ERP system conversion. There's been, since fiscal year 2019, no random P-card reviews or audits. Again, that goes back to really only the department supervisors who are signing off on the P-card and are the only review that's happening. There's been no other oversight in relation to that. There has been an underutilization of the internal audit function within the former county auditor's office. The internal audit function really didn't function as internal audit at all, with a very small exception. There's been insufficient payment policies and procedures in relation to processing certain payments, particularly electronic payments, that should be addressed. We identified noncompliance with certain purchasing policies and procedures for certain contracts, or purchasing that was bypassed altogether. And we also identified that there was issues in relation to how the county processes its and plans for its budgets, but also its budget change orders, how that is processed by the county auditor's office underneath the former county auditor, and was not always done in a proper manner. And budget change orders based off of updated directions from the Commissioners Court were not always processed in a timely manner, which led to budget deficits at the end of the year, where there were purchases that had to be and controls that had to be overridden by the county auditor's office by the former county auditor's direction because of the lack of budget change orders that were being processed. So that is a very high-level overview and very quick overview of our preliminary findings to date. Again, we expect to provide you all the draft reports the first week in August. And if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those as the best I can here today.
I think everybody will. Commissioner Chesney's first. Yes, go ahead.
I'm happy to defer to anybody else. I mean, what you want to do?
Yes, yes, first, sorry.
So, will we get a detailed, I know this is preliminary, will we get a detailed report of all the different things you advise us to do to implement? Because this is a nice, as you said, 30,000 foot view, but it doesn't give us the recommendations, right? So is that
Correct.
coming?
Yes, sir. So just to kind of give you a gauge, the health insurance fund report is around 30 pages. The forensic report for the auditor's office around 60 pages. So there's a lot of details in there, and at the end of our report, we contain all the findings, the effects, and our recommendations. And then ultimately, within the final report that you'll receive, there will also be management responses to those findings and recommendations, so you can see what actions management decides to take in relation to those findings and recommendations.
And when you say management, you're saying the current county auditor and many?
Correct.
And then obviously we're going to be making, there's some proposed changes that the court hasn't decided on, but as far as when we shift the budget office, that some of that would fall there, I suppose, and some of that might fall. I don't know if there's anything on HR. I didn't see that. We're talking about doing some restructuring So that would fall to whoever that quote management is, right?
Correct. And some of these findings relate to multiple departments. And so you would have, in some cases, multiple departments providing a response to that finding and recommendation. And we'll work with the county judge and her staff on who the appropriate persons should be currently within the county to respond to those findings and recommendations.
So, and I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can, which I'm not good at keeping some of these things short because this is a lot of information and this is very intense stuff and we spend a lot of money on it. And I think there's a lot more to come on this because this is the high-level report and I haven't seen what you're talking about, right? So you got a 30-page report coming and a 60-page report, and I'm going to read all that, but at the end of the day, it would sure be nice to have some sort of, I'm sure, executive summary that you're going to do, because we can put all this out for the public, but it would be really nice for the public to have the executive summary report too, so that they don't have to read 30 and 60 pages if they don't want
Yes,
to.
sir.
So I'm assuming that's going to come.
Correct.
Right.
In each report, there'll be an executive summary that is at the front of the report that, from a high-level overview, will provide, again, the major findings and the minutia, if you will be in the body of the report.
And I'm going to read it, but I'm also a Cliff Notes guy, too. I like those a lot, too. I used to use those Cliff Notes, and I'm dating myself that we got, when we were doing book reports. So I do appreciate that. The one I do want to talk about, and then I'm going to pass on after you answer this, is this $3.7 million, I think it was not brought to the court. I'm going to, describe that one a little bit, because that's kind of a big deal to say there was some loan done that for $3.7 million that the court wasn't even aware of. I mean, can you tell me a little bit about that one, maybe?
Yeah, so there was a couple different transactions that make that up. So in fiscal year 2020, so the total unauthorized or unapproved loans and transfers totaled $3.75 million. $750,000 of that occurred in the fiscal year ending 2020. Most of those happened in, I believe, September of 2020. There were 3 different transactions that contributed funds from the general fund over into the health insurance fund. That was not brought before the commission. The commission was not made aware of it. We reviewed all of the communications from the county auditor's office to the commission. The former county auditor, we had access to his emails, and so we analyzed those email correspondence to see if there was anything there. We looked at the commission meetings, the agendas, we watched the presentations, and nothing was brought before the commission that would make the commission aware of that $750,000 that occurred in fiscal year ending 2020. There was another $3 million that occurred in totality in fiscal year ending 2021. That $3 million was not treated as a transfer. It was treated as a loan from the general fund to the health insurance fund. That $3 million is still payable currently on the books as being owed from the health insurance fund over to the general fund. And that, again, we did the same analysis, same process, reviewed all the information, and none of that was brought before the commission. We did speak with the former county auditor in relation to those. He stated that they were brought for approval, but again, we've seen no documentation, no communication in all of the thousands upon thousands of documents that we've reviewed and analyzed that would support those statements.
And you looked at Commissioners Court's votes and things of that nature, too. I'm assuming that's part of what you've reviewed.
Yes, sir.
So, that's beyond disturbing, and I hope that every public entity, I'm not trying to get you business, but I hope that every public entity will do one of these forensic audits, because I promise you, if there's stuff here, I would love for the city of Corpus Christi to do one of these, because I guarantee you they're going to find a lot of messy stuff too, just like Del Mar would, and every entity should be looking at doing forensic audits on a whatever regular basis is, and we need to put that into our budget for some sort of accumulation to do these every whatever number of years we think is appropriate, because this is why we did it. We want the public to know that we are not trying to hide anything. In fact, quite the contrary. We want to put all of this out there, and we want everybody to know. And then now, once we know about all this stuff, then how we react is the key, and what we do to fix this is the key. And so once we get this, I know this court, we're very proactive in dealing with messes, and so we're going to go figure out how to deal with this. But I got to say, if this truly cannot be found that there was any authorization, maybe the DA ought to be listening to this report, because this is I'm not a criminal lawyer, but for someone to be able to authorize $3.7 million without going to the Commissioner's Court and just the county auditor, former, has that much of, authority, that's staggering to me. And I just don't see how there can't be something more than just, civilly wrong with it. And that's more a comment, not a question to you. But please, let's double verify. It sounds like you have, but I would like our attorney to also look over that and see, if we can't find any evidence that was ever brought, that can't just be left hanging as something we have to deal with. Somebody has to pay the price for that. And whoever did it, if that's the case, someone has to pay the price for that. That's serious stuff. That's taxpayer dollars. And nobody on this court is going to let that stand. And I'm not speaking for everybody else, but I know everybody on this court and the level of integrity they have, nobody's going to want that to stand. So, Jenny, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and anything else that was done without authorization that has to do with funds, especially taxpayer dollars. That's a breach of fiduciary responsibility. And if we don't deal with that, then that's on us too. So that. There was a lot that stood out on this one, but that one blew me away. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Montes.
Thank you, Judge. I agree with my colleague, definitely concerning. And once again, this was brought upon this court. We asked for this review, this scrutiny, because we had questions and we felt we, on behalf of the community and the community itself, deserves answers in response. So it seems like we're getting a lot of that. Looking forward to the more detailed reports. I appreciate your preliminary findings, quite a thorough list. And if we haven't done this in a while, I can see why there are a lot of policies that are lacking. Not to make excuses, it just, as you grow, things just kind of are created and you don't really think of what are the safety features to ensure that these different items are protected. So I appreciate you kind of bringing all these issues forward to us, a staggering list, in my opinion, of issues. But once again, we asked for this because we felt that there were some concerns in how do we clean this up to ensure that not only this court but future courts will have the process in place to be able to ensure that there's a reduced risk of fraud. You can never totally eliminate fraud. You can't.
Correct.
Right? When you're talking about purchase cards, P cards, that's always a question that we are asked when we are filling out forms for the audit, which are the regular audits. Mm-hmm. I do agree that this is how you catch fraud is through the forensic audits, and especially the part you focus on, and many people don't pick up on, the individuals. The staff many times are the ones that can be the whistleblowers that can identify that there's something amiss.
Absolutely.
And at least bump it up to the appropriate level. So I think that's going to take a lot of planning and preparation. I know we have some function and feature to allow for that, but what if, say, the scenario is, what if it's your immediate supervisor? Who do you report to next? Is there someone to go to next? So those are some of the things that I know that we'll talk more about in planning and how to create the system to allow for these employees to feel comfortable to report something when they feel there is an issue or a concern. And a lot of times some of these things are easily addressed. I mean, I know there's a lot of scrutiny put in place. Gosh, I made a trip, a legislative trip earlier in the year, and it took months to get it reconciled because I happened to use my own card instead of, I didn't take the county card with me, so I had to end up using my personal card, and we had to show invoices, and it took a while. And I appreciate that because it shows the thoroughness of our staff, but it's only part of it. And we know now, right? Looking back, you can always find areas where there was issues or problems, and I'm not trying to downplay what was done previously or if there's anything legally of a concern. I know and feel confident that we will pursue that if that's what it takes and that's what the evidence shows. But I wanted to also focus a little bit on some of your comments that you made on the gift card purchases. These are all policy fixes, though, in your opinion, or is it structural? Is it something that we need to put in place as far as additional oversight, additional staff to help with this?
For the gift card purchases, it's more policies and procedures in terms of figuring out what additional documentation could be retained in those cases. I did speak to a small degree with the departments related to those, just as we were understanding the processes, and mentioned that to them that there's insufficient information, and they said that they were going to go and look at that proactively during that interview conversation. But that one in particular would be more procedural.
And that's more for social assistance. Are those gift cards? Are they in other departments?
Correct. That's the primary purpose of them, but
Right.
there's also some ones that are given out for anniversaries, for gifts, for certain events, things of that nature, that there's a lack of documentation on as well.
Okay. That's good to know and say out loud. I'm glad you also identified the issue with the conversion of our software from one solution to Workday. My experience has been over the years, gosh, when that happens, it's always well-intentioned, but these softwares, these platforms are becoming so detailed that they're encompassing every part of, from HR and accounting to purchases and everything in between, that it has more functions than a lot of times that it's utilized, right? It's underutilized many times, even with a county of our size with as many employees and different functions that we have. I feel that, some of that I feel like we're still learning, right, of what can be done. And we've heard
Absolutely.
that, we've said that in court. I personally have seen that I operate my department and budget and requests and things like that. So I'm glad we're going to talk more about that. And if it says something that you tell us, hey, Nueces County, you got to fix and work that out, then we'll do it. I know we're continuing to do that, but I can't stress enough how concerning it has been on this side, on the Dias side, to see there's been challenges with that. And once again, it was all, I think, well-intentioned to be able to help better bookkeeping and all that, but it's made it more difficult, I'm sure, for some. The department heads, electeds, even those within mid-management or just basic service level workers that are having struggles with this. So that I'm sure had a big part of it, and we've documented that many times in our comments and discussions we've had here in court. So I'm glad that that's one of the many other items that you've mentioned. But yeah, we can't totally eliminate fraud, but you're right. Putting in systems in place, I feel strongly about, yes, let's put training in place, that even something for an hour just to kind of get people. I mean, we take a cybersecurity once a year that we're required by the state, and I'm like, oh gosh, it's the same thing, but it's helpful, right? There's a few little things that pop up like, okay, yeah, I need to be aware of that, right? A good little reminder. So even something as basic as that. Now, maybe you may suggest something more thorough, and I'm good for that as well. Don't want it to be too overwhelming, but just as a part of reminding it's everyone's responsibility that can help government be more efficient. And so when we hear claims or concerns of, government needs to be reduced because it's not efficient, there's some merit to that. But I'd hate for us to cut government just because there's not proper procedures in place where we can be more efficient. It's just a matter of recognizing those faults, those areas. So you've done a great job in bringing that forward. And once again, we have asked for this, and I'm glad that we have had the foresight and really just the reaction as well to see that this unfolding over years. So if there's more to come, then please keep us updated, because we definitely need to be leading this charge to be more effective and more efficient. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Leslie, do you have any questions? Or
Just a few comments, Your Honor. My predecessor or other commissioners have made some really good comments. I'm going to focus just a moment on the conversion from the one solution to Workday. As you know, Judge, you asked me to take a look at that and see where we were on that. We've had a couple of 2 or 3 meetings, and I want to thank the staff for working with me on that. I want to especially compliment Grayson and his staff for stepping up to the plate and trying to get our hands around it. But I will tell you, I still have a great deal of concern about where we are with respect to our conversion from one solution to Workday, and I think the auditor has brought that out. I think we're still, there's an old term in IT technology called wrapped around the axle, and I think we're still wrapped around the axle as far as I'm concerned with respect to this conversion. And I think Grayson and his staff have taken on some responsibilities that really should not be taken on by the auditor and are more of an IT function than they are an auditor function. And so that's just one thing I would like to bring up, and we need to have some further discussions both with the auditor and internally as a commissioner's court. The other thing I wanted to mention or ask a question about, we employ an outside auditor who comes in and checks things on a year-in, year-out basis. So where does that play into all of this? Do not our outside auditors look at these kind of things to make recommendations to the Commissioner's Court? I know in my previous life as a commissioner, we sat through several of those kinds of presentations, but would they have not been responsible for catching some of these things?
So I'll answer that in two parts. One is that is not something that we were asked to look at. We have not talked with the external auditor about these items, and we traditionally don't. And one of the reasons for that is the external auditor, they are focused on the overall financial statements of the county. They're focused on materiality, ensuring that the financial statements are materially accurate. Some of these items, I do not know what the external auditor's materiality threshold is, and so it may not have, met that threshold for them to look at. That would be something more for them to answer than I would be able to at this juncture.
Well, then maybe your recommendations should include to us some guidance on what we should lay out as expectations for our external auditors on a go-forward basis. Is that reasonable to?
I'll consider that certainly. It's for us to be independent in this process. There's limitations on what we can tell you what to do versus what we recommend you all to do.
Well, yeah, we would look at that as a recommendation, but we
sure.
We're not. I'm not a CPA or an accountant or anything. I took 12 hours of accounting in college, just enough to know I never wanted to be a CPA. but we, I think, need recommendations on a go-forward basis about what our expectations should be from an external auditor's perspective. So anyway, I'll move on.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad we're looking at the P cards and gas cards. I have felt for a long time that the biggest hole in our ocean up here is these P card transactions and gas card transactions. It just has never seemed to me like we have enough controls over that. Gift cards, I don't know why we would be expending taxpayer money on gift cards. I don't understand that at all. Maybe I'm missing something here. And then with respect to my tenure on the city council, the city does some things, I think, that does help in a way, and one of which is they do have a hotline, and while I was a councilman, there were 2 instances where significant problems were brought to light by, as you said a while ago, an employee, not an auditor, that made the city aware of something that was going on that shouldn't be. There's also an audit committee that the city appoints that's made up of members of the city council who sit with the auditor on a regular basis to examine different things that are going on to make sure that. So maybe those are some things we need to look at on a go-forward basis. But I'm glad we're doing this. Obviously, it was long overdue, and I'll look forward to your final reports and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do want to state, while this focused on these 2 departments as well, the auditor's office answers to the Board of Judges, and they are very much invested in moving forward with us to clear this up just as much as we are. But while you talked about future policies and things we can do to change, there are policies in place that our employees were not following. So while we move forward and we create policies, we also have to remember that we have policies that employees or departments are not following. So let's make sure we don't just create more if there's something maybe that we need to enforce. So, yes. But that goes all across the board, whether it's procurement, P cards, purchase orders, grants. I mean, this is not just one department or one previous employer. There are a lot of things that have been just going, and their departments, they do things the old way because they've done it forever. Well, now, as you stated, Commissioner Chesney, we know we've been apprised of this. This is in front of our faces, and we are going to do better, and we are going to sit down and work together with our elected officials and all departments as well, and make sure we clear this up for the future. It's a great report. Look forward to meeting with you again.
Thank you for the opportunity, and we will get the reports to you in short order.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, not. Moving on to. Keep this. Oh, okay. Yes, we'll bring it. Moving on to item 4, Commissioner Gonzalez could not be here, and he has asked me to table this to our next meeting. I will make the motion to table to the next. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item number 5, discuss and consider taking action on installing traffic control stop signs on County Road 47. Commissioner Pusley, Chesney, this is yours.
Yes, ma'am, Judge. Actually, this was an oversight from the last time around, and this one needed to be added as well. And so I would make the motion that we do whatever we need to do to set the public hearing and any and all requirements for these said signs. And because of the oversight, I'm just going to pay for that out of my Precinct 4 COs so that we don't keep going back to the well, just so we know. That would be a motion.
I'll second your motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
And Judge, I don't remember who, I guess Public Works will take this on.
Public Works does the notice and everything,
Okay,
yes.
so just make sure
Yes.
Public Works knows we
Yes.
passed this so that they can get that going, and I think that would provide us the opportunity to have a public hearing on the next agenda.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry if I interrupted you.
That's
Sorry.
okay. No, they are the ones that handle it. Item number 6, discuss and consider the authorization and approval for the execution of the agreement for use of reliable tire disposal trailer. Commissioner Pusley, as part of your Council of Government tire cleanup effort in Banquete.
Yeah, Judge, thank you very much. We were contacted by a representative from the Council of Governments, the COG, about they have some money that they can utilize for cleanup in respective areas, and Kim is going to pass out some documents here. And so they do this through coordination with a company called Reliable Tire. They will bring a truck and trailer over to, and we've picked the Banquete area to do this cleanup, and they'll bring a truck and trailer over, and we can load all the tires that it will hold, and they will haul them off. The great thing about this is the COG is going to pay for all of this. It will not come out of the county's coffers whatsoever. We passed this agreement that we need to sign with Reliable Tire to our county attorney. I'm sorry, I'm talking about auditor too much this morning. And he had some concerns, which this document that Kim just passed out will highlight for you. Kim, did you give him a copy of where I drew the box around it? Okay. So we looked at that and talked about it, and as the county attorney said, these are, it's basically an administrative decision. We think it's worthwhile. We've done a number of these tire cleanups, and we think that, even though it's not quite dotting all the I's and T's, we certainly think that this will be okay. And so I would like to make a motion that we approve this and move forward and do the tire cleanup.
I
Second.
appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I was going to second
Sorry,
what Commissioner Chesney already did, so thank you for highlighting that. And any other discussion? We have a motion and a second.
Edward, is there anything you wanted to add to this?
It's not, the only thing I've wanted to add, Commissioner, is that it's not just Banquetti. It's wherever the tires come from, we're not asking, we're just going to take them.
We're going to bivouac the truck in Benketti, but if they want to bring them from Awalusi or Driscoll or wherever, we'll take them until the truck fills up, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Just a quick question.
Edward?
We used to do these, as you mentioned, a lot. Is there a way to extend these into other parts of Nueces County? Because we used to have them in my precinct too, and man, we'd have hundreds picked up.
At that time, it was paid for by
Right.
the parks, so we used to handle that for you. We would set up in different locations and we would handle that.
Right.
This, we were lucky, as Commissioner says, this is a grant, so we're handling that. If you give us the funding, we'll set it up and we'll run it for you. I remember going out to Compton Road over there. We had a really good turnout.
Huge.
And we also had the litter critter was there at the same time, so we partnered together, and it was a good event.
Well, give me a cost, and maybe I can find some if I need to, because we definitely are way past due and doing one. So I appreciate Commissioner Pusley reminding us of these, because this is a great project that he's doing, and I want to piggyback on there and do one in my precinct too.
Yeah, we can also reach out again, Commissioner, to the COG and see if they have additional funding to help with this.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, if in fact, maybe just to be fair, we reach out and see what they've got to spread it out amongst all of us, because I'm sure we're all going to want it. But if not, then I'll figure out a way to do one in mine.
Okay.
With Commissioner Amatis, we're also planning something in October for his area over there as well. So,
with the COG funding, or just him doing it himself?
Well, we usually do it just with our county funds, our precinct funds. But I mean, if there's another source, that would be great. So that would be helpful.
Those precinct funds have been greatly depleted over the last few years. Yeah. So, but no, I'll figure out something if we can't. But yeah, if COG wants to, give us all a little bit, that'd be great, because we definitely have a huge need for this.
Thank you.
Good project, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up item 12 because
I think we didn't vote on that yet.
Yeah, we voted.
Did we?
We had a motion.
I waited
and
till
vote.
after.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Yes, sir.
yes. Because we have Joel and Patricia on, and they have to leave for another meeting. So item number 12, discuss and consider Nueces County legislative priorities and authorize the county judge in concurrence with one commissioner, just as we did in the previous end of session, to sign letters furthering the county commissioner's priorities as previously discussed, and direct the legislative consultants during special session for the 89th legislative session. And Joel or Patricia, which one of you want to start?
Patricia,
yeah, go ahead, Joel. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, as you know, the session started Monday. They're doing, as we speak, the Joint Disaster Recovery Committee is meeting. Lieutenant Governor released a list of priority bills that will impact, obviously, a couple of our areas: property taxes, disaster recovery and preparedness. We have not seen the bills yet. They are just placeholders. So I think this item is timely in the sense that as these bills evolve, Patricia and I have been meeting with offices about what to expect. They are literally going to have hearings, gather input on all these bills, and those bills are going to be developed over the next few weeks. But I think first and foremost, they're going to focus on congressional redistricting and emergency preparedness, and then they'll go into property taxes and some of the other issues. Patricia?
Well, and that's what I was just going to point out, that because it is a special session, they're operating under different rules. So the time frames for public notice on hearings are a lot shorter. So it's very timely, Judge, that we get to just kind of call you quickly. We may or may not have enough notice to get one of y'all up here to testify, but we'll certainly try to do our best. We're trying to keep up with all of these issues. As for the property tax issue, we've seen lots of bills filed, which we sent to y'all on Friday. We don't think that we have seen the bill that is endorsed by the governor's office or by leadership yet. our bigger clues on that is going to be when we see some of the more prominent and expert members on property taxes file their package. And so we anticipate that coming this week, but we haven't seen the actual text of the bills yet. We'd like your permission to coordinate with Kevin Kieschnick on analyzing some of those bills as they become available to us, because it'll be on short notice.
Yes. We agree. Special runs very quickly and very specific. And so,
yes.
Judge, at this point, it looks like the item today is just to discuss and consider authorizing the county judge in concurrence with one commissioner to sign letters furthering the county commissioner's priorities. So at this point, we're not being asked for anything specifically other than that today? Is that
other
right?
than that today, yes,
So
that's
I would
what
make-
we did. Yes.
I would make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second with just a little bit more follow-up and discussion. Patricia or Joel, maybe I just forget from 2 years ago, 4 years ago. This list seems a lot more detailed and specific than previous. I mean, before it seemed like it was this mainly one issue kind of things, right? A couple of issues. Has it always been this long of a list, or is it because there was a lot of unfinished business that this is all being brought into the special session?
I think it varies, Commissioner. You know, I remember when I was in the Speaker's office, Governor Abbott had a special session and he had 20 for 20, and maybe 10 of those 20 priority items got done that session. I agree with you. Some of these seem awfully ambitious and big issues to get done in a 30-day period.
Yeah.
This is what Joel and I are worried about, that it will, if they are committed to accomplishing each of these issues, these 18 items, it's going to be hard to squeeze all of that into 30 days. We may have successive special sessions, which we saw last session as well. So I agree with Joel. It looks like the legislature will want to prioritize disaster relief and the congressional redistricting. Disaster relief is probably a good consensus builder. Congressional redistricting, I think, will be divisive just by the nature of what it entails. But some of the more divisive issues will be the hemp regulation, the taxpayer-funded lobbyist issues, and the property tax issues, as well as some abortion and some fraud issues that are coming up with regard to title theft and deed restrictions, and then some bail reform, I think, is also on the list.
Well, definitely keep the judge, and then she can reach out to one of us if we're able to get up there. But I feel confident in the network that you all have and the work that you've done, continue to do, will be helpful to at least have a footprint there that Nueces County is represented in. And so if this goes into further sessions, then I guess hopefully we will renew our agreement with you, because we know this is kind of now by special session, by term, very short period of time, but we can't afford to not be represented, and this is one of the reasons why having a paid group up there to represent our interests is helpful, and a lot of times the only way we can get up there without all the other work that we have or meetings that we have here in Nueces County. So thanks for that work.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
Any other discussion?
Just
Go ahead.
real quickly, do we need to be, I'm really concerned about this tax legislation that they're looking at. It seems to me like they're trying to punish certain taxing entities, and the result of that is they're going to punish all of us.
We're very concerned.
And do we need to be passing resolutions already as a commissioner's court in opposition, or do we need to wait till we hear what the specific bill is? I'm sure Betancourt is going to be the guy who introduces it. So
Exactly, sir. Exactly. We'd rather wait till we have a target.
okay.
And just, yeah.
And that's kind of why we're doing it this way, to where that way we're not having a meeting, then she can sign something that says we oppose it, or,
Yeah.
with
And we have already, as a
I think
court,
you're
made
dead
our
on, Mike.
priorities clear. Yes.
I think you're dead on, Commissioner. We're going to need to be worried about. That's the
we
thing
need
we're going
to
to have to
be
be
really
most-
worried
yeah.
about it. Our ability
Yeah.
to raise revenue is already, as a county, very limited, so.
Right. And we sent you all, and we know it's a long list. We captured everything that had to do with property tax, but we wanted y'all to get a real sense of the tone and the flavor of what they're proposing out there. And Commissioner, you have identified it. It is punishing. It is punishing for others' errors, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they have some targets, but the scatter shooting that they're doing is not only going to affect those counties, but it's going to have a significant impact on counties such as Nueces, who are already struggling funding wise.
Agreed.
And I will tell you, if that were to happen, the potential cuts that a county like Nueces would have to make are not going to be well received by the community, I will tell you.
Very much.
Anyway, thank you very much.
So we have a
Thank you.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Are you ready to go back to your item? Or, no, not yet.
Are we ready?
Oh,
we are ready.
It looked
I'm
like
sorry.
you had
Looking at
people in
Edward.
here, so I
Okay.
was trying to go.
Oh,
to
there's
not
the
pass
chief.
it up. Yes. I saw him back there. Item number 3, receive an update on the Cotton Community Partnership. Commissioner Modas, this is your item.
Yeah, it's just another quick item. You know, we want to keep the community updated. We know some of these projects have taken longer than others because there's just different constraints. We're doing so much multiple partnerships and collaborations with other governmental entities that it's not just a simple project that's controlled by Nueces County. We are helping with the funding we receive to help with the infrastructure and other improvements, especially focused on, obviously, in Precinct 3 here. So we have Chief Zapata here to talk about some of those improvements that we've committed and we've already approved. It's just a matter of just an update of where we stand at this point. So, Edward, you want to start it off? Or
Yes, let me preface it by thanking you, Commissioner, for letting us bring this up to the court. It's an ongoing project that you had started back about going on a year now. Sorry, we haven't brought it to the finish line sooner than that. But speaking of all these emergencies, you're being proactive, and I laud you for that, because part of this is being proactive to notify the community. So the chief can speak more on what we've done, but I'll let him go. Chief Javier Zapata.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for having me here. Good morning also. Right now, we're in the phase of the first building that's going to get that roofing repair. And right after that, we're going to start ordering our bunker gear and the siren, which the siren is a big help to us, and I really appreciate y'all's help. Ours is not working right now, so with this funding, it's going to make it better for the city of Rossons and the citizens, and they are greatly going to appreciate it. They were used to getting up at 12 because we would sound that alarm right at 12 o'clock, and everybody calls like, hey, where's that alarm now? So now that you helped us with that funding, they're pretty excited to hear that 12 o'clock siren again. Right after the siren, we're working on the police department with that funding as well.
So yeah, our funding here is for first responders, and the community of Robstown, the city of Robstown has always had a siren for emergencies, and so we've been planning this long before the tragedy that happened several weeks ago in Central Texas. But it reminds us even more of the need to have this, especially in smaller communities where that alarm can be amplified and reach almost every corner of the community. And so that's one of the work. Some of the other work is, as the chief mentioned, bunker gear for his firefighters was in much need. I mean, we know all budgets are stretched thin, and so that's an issue. Also to help the police department, they're outgrowing their current facilities, so to help with them, and then some roofing for one of the other city properties there that helps with some of the veterans groups that we have based out of Robstown. So these are the projects that we have put forward, have been vetted, that are going to get this funding. And so you have to kind of complete one, right, Edward, to get to the
Get
next
the other.
step. So that's the other issue that we're coming up with is of all these projects that have been listed, it just can't all be done at once. So you kind of have to prove your worth, even as big or as small as they are. And once they're complete, then you move to the next. So it's an ambitious schedule, but we can get it done pretty quickly. But it's just a matter of getting each completed in sequence. And so once again, this is an update to the court and the community, to whoever's watching, to promote that we are working in partnership with the city of Robstown, as I know that we've done with other communities, Commissioner Chesney, all the work that you've done there in Port A and all the other communities. So this is just, once again, just informational. And so do you have in your head, Edward, timeframes or what it looks like?
The roof job should take maybe about 2 weeks. We've already begun the selection process. They've already selected a contractor. So we've already started ordering the bunker gear and because they're lead time items. So all that's going to come in. So it's about what?
The lead time on the bunker gear, it takes about 3 months, and the alarm, same thing, the siren, about 3 months.
And I might emphasize, Commissioner, this is not just a city of Robstown thing. This notifies pretty much everybody within hearing distance. Yeah. And as you know, the two communities, Blue Bonnet and San Pedro, are county areas. So this helps the county as well. And Judge will be using it for whenever there's a hurricane or whenever there's a fire, the chief will notify people.
Yes, sir. Good. And also the mayor couldn't make it today. He's out of town, so he came and told me to thank you all for all the support you all have given us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Judge, I just want to comment too. This is another great Robstown project that Commissioner Matas has instigated and done, and I'm hoping all those good folks in Robstown are keeping count of all the things that Commissioner Matas has done for them, because it's pretty staggering amount. And this is great. He's using his precinct ARPA funds for this, and the court supports him on that, or will support him on that, I believe. But again, I really do hope you'll take back to Robstown how great a commissioner you have, because every time we turn around, it seems like there's another Robstown project before us that Commissioner Matas has instigated. So appreciate you being here very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Moving on to item 7, discuss and consider the authorization and approval of amendment number 1 to the license agreement with the Old Bell Little League for use of the county-owned property. Commissioner Pusley, this is
Yes, Your Honor. This is a renewal or extension. We had a contract with Old Bell Little League, and they had an option to extend for an additional 2 years. They have exercised that option. Just a few minutes ago, Kim passed out a plat that shows a boundary line that we needed to add to the document that was in your packet today. And so I would make a motion that we approve this extension of their contract, and along with that, to also include attachment number A that was passed out this morning.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Matas.
I wasn't planning on talking, but sometimes from time to time, we're pretty good about posting, and we have a good standing rule as a court to ensure that the backup documentation is in there, so we in the community can review this. But sometimes there are last-minute additions that are just helpful, and I know the city council, when we were all on there at different times, but they do a really great job that they have kind of the overhead projector that they can slide a sheet on and kind of just point for reference. So I know we're getting at the end of the budget cycle, and so I don't know what budget this would come out of, but I would like to explore if we can get one of those overhead displays so that you can just slide a sheet and just point it for reference, because sometimes you may not be able to add it on the technical side, on the IT side. And so I think that, showing and displaying this kind of map, even if just for a few seconds, the public can kind of get an idea of what sometimes we get up here. It wouldn't be for every document. It would be more just for supporting documentation like this, or something that comes up at the last minute. There may be even something that we know from time to time comes during public comment that someone has to pass out to us, but those in the community may not see what that copy looks like. So just talking out loud, but if we can figure out where to get that funding from and maybe see about ordering it, I don't know how, what the with the return time on getting something like that to us. But we can start now, or if not, then at least put it in our discussions so we can afford that equipment with our next budget year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, it's
Sorry, I didn't mean to get too far off of that, but it's kind of tied
it's a
into
great
this.
idea, and I thought we used to have one here a long time ago, but maybe we didn't. I don't remember, but I know the city did have one. But yeah, this was we sent the document up to our county attorney and to Kent Brown, and he reviewed it and said everything looked okay. And then at the last minute, he said, "Well, where's attachment A?" And we couldn't find it. So what we did is we just at the very last minute we made a new one. I sent this over to Kent. He looked at it, said it was fine. But this basically outlines the area of responsibility that Oil Belt Little League will have. It was extended a little bit from what it was before, but anyway, this will be for their 2-year extension, and at the end of that 2 years, then we will need to create a new license agreement with them for an additional period of time, whatever the court decides at that point.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 8, discuss and consider authorization and approval for the execution of a facilities use license agreement with Toloso Midway Athletic Booster Club. And this one is yours also, Commissioner Presley.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been busy out in the Northwest. This is a request from the Toloso Midway Athletic Booster Club, or their football club, to utilize Lindell Basell parking lot for a fundraiser barbecue event. This is the second or third year that they've done this. It was a great success last year, and so they reached out to me and asked if they could do that again. Once again, we reached out to the county attorney, and what we have done here is we've created a document that, as a court, we can utilize for other things. It's a general utilization where you could just submit this to the county attorney, and they could change, the locations and whatnot.
Would you use those, Edward? And a lot of yours, I was wondering, because
We're going to
like
start
what you
using
do.
them.
That's
So
good.
this template is going to push a lot of our events. So we do have a lot of events. There's especially Hazel Bazemore. There's a lot of running events. There's a lot of
This is a
bike
great-
riding events.
Great addition for us to have. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, before, Your Honor, the commissioners would just say, hey, it's okay, and we'd go ahead and do it. But in today's litigious society, I think this is a good thing to do. The TM had no problem with it whatsoever. They have submitted their proof of insurance. I sent that to the county attorney. He approved that. Assistant county attorney, whatever Kent is, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But anyway, we got all the I's dotted and T's crossed, and so I'd make a motion that we approve this.
Second. I will second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On item number 9, discuss and consider amending an interlocal agreement with the City of Corpus Christi for the tax increment reinvestment zones, plural, to amend the county's contribution percentages and all related matters. And I know this came about because you and I were at one of the TERS meetings and realized the county's percentage was higher than the other two entities. So I believe you put this on, Commissioner Presley, did you? Or did my office put this on eventually?
I think originally, and then it got tabled because he was gone, and maybe you
Oh,
put it
yes.
back on. Or...
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I just thought it was appropriate for us to look at our participation in all of the tax reinvestment zones. And let me get my deal open here.
And I think some of the discussion that we had, if we're going to move down further on our agenda, our policy thing, I don't think even changing our participation would, in fact, go into effect until 2026. Am I correct on that, Heather? You're sitting here. The microphone, sorry. It can be automatic.
We can do
Yeah.
another one.
Okay, well,
It
we
would be
definitely
whenever-
want to act on the one then.
Yeah,
Yes,
whenever
yes.
we do it, it goes into effect. And Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, tax reinvestment, no, number 5 is gone, right? It's,
That is correct. That was canceled. The developer chose not to move forward with that project.
Yeah.
And so that one was actually, the zone was terminated back in 2024.
yeah. But we can decide now if we want to change our participation, or we can discuss it today and then maybe bring it back for the next meeting, however the court chooses to do it. But whenever we make those changes, they go into effect immediately.
And they would, so the interlocal agreements would have to come back to the city for
Yes.
approval.
Yes.
And it would be whatever effective date y'all choose for that, the change of participation.
Yeah.
So Judge, is the first one on here, is this and just in order and backup, is the island one? Because the thought being that,
Yeah,
We have
two is
changed
the
that
island.
one already,
right,
the
we need to
island
be
one,
kind of
yes.
consistent and.
The numbers,
in
if
some
they
way
don't
we do
have
this
what it
because-
is on there, it's confusing to me by number.
Right, so at the end of the day, I think we've got Greasy Village, which is kind of a thing on its own that
Yeah.
we need to look at. And then we've got the downtown one, and we've got North Beach, the island we've already adjusted. And then, so there's,
Just really downtown and North Beach then.
right, downtown North Beach, Barisi, Island, and then 5's gone. And then 7 haven't done it yet.
We haven't done anything on that,
And we're
yes.
not going to vote on
Yes.
that today either.
Yes.
So, to me, we need to be, we just can't keep subsidizing city projects. And, I appreciate, they had a TERS meeting, I think, this week, and Commissioner Pusley, I appreciate very much you going to that meeting and voting against that budget because it deals with repairing a bunch of streets and things of that nature. But we don't have that luxury to be able to subsidize what I think are completely city projects, street repairs and building streets. And I mean, I've got to bring that back up. And even the island TERS, because, there's $11 million in the island TERS that are going to these paper streets that county money shouldn't be paying for. County money should be paying for bridges and causeways and, public things like that. But city streets, not one of them. So the cities just benefit way more in these TERS than the counties, because once things are annexed inside the city limits, then it's all the city's responsibility and the county is out 100%. So the fact that we're contributing at all is a humongous partnership and a humongous sacrifice for Nueces County. And I'm not in any way saying that we shouldn't continue to participate in some capacity, but I think for the county to continue to subsidize city projects is just not something we can afford to do. And, we've gotten kind of way past that. So, I think we need to reduce our participation in at least to the level that we did so on the island TERS at the very minimum, and get those going down that direction as well. So that's just, initial
This was
thoughts.
put on before your additional items, so do you think we should, before your number 11 on the policy for these, do you think that would be
Well, I think we
prudent to go ahead and reduce the one at least that we're doing 100%?
personally, I think we ought to reduce the ones that, and that's why I was trying to figure out which is which. I think we ought to reduce the remaining 2 that we have to the same level that we've
We're on
reduced to
number
the
4
island.
on the island.
Because that's fair and that's consistent. And then we probably need to look at potentially, further reductions on all of them, to
The
be fair.
policy
But
that
we have
we
to
do,
get that
yeah.
policy in place first. But we've already reduced the island one, so I think we ought to at least, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, what
Which
we're
one is the
participating.
island one?
Well, right, I know we went to where we went 75 and then we went down. So I'm thinking this first
Yes.
one is the islands. But if we're still at 100% on
North
the other
Beach,
2,
then
that's
it's definitely, yeah.
that's not appropriate. I mean, it's just not. We can't afford to do that. So, and that's why, the subsequent item that has been put on is to come up with a moratorium on any future TERSs other than the ones that have already been asked for. So until we come up with a policy, because we're just all over the board on this. We have a policy on abatements. We did that. We took the time, did that. We need to put a policy in place for TERSs as well, recognizing that the county does not benefit as much from a TERS, except maybe the London one, but not on these other ones because they're all city limits, they're all city developments, and we're just subsidizing city projects. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out is I think we're still at 100%, you said, on North Beach. And I think
That's
we
on it.
are on downtown and North Beach.
Downtown and North Beach.
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, I would make a motion for discussion to reduce North Beach and downtown to the level at which we've done for the island for now, and then go back and look at them, and then we're being fair across the board to every area that we have a TERS. And then we can go back and look at all of them later, but that would be the immediate effect because we're coming up on budget, and it would be nice to know this might generate a little extra revenue that goes to the general fund that we could use.
Yeah. Are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's his motion.
Yeah.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
And Heather, correct me if I'm wrong again, on the one Judge you and I attended, I think that was the North Beach.
That was North Beach.
The
Yes.
city and Delmar have already reduced their level of participation.
So I wouldn't say it was reduced. So the original agreement, and I'm not sure how, I wasn't here when that TERS was formed. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how the county ended up participating at a higher percentage than the other two taxing entities. But the other two, the city and Delmar, went into the formation of the TERS at the 75%. That then ratchets down, or it's at 100%, then it ratchets down to 75%.
Okay.
I'm not sure how the county stayed at, agreed to 100% across the life of the TERS, which is 20 years.
Right.
So I can't speak to that, but it wasn't that anything was adjusted. That's how it was when the TERS was formed.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's appropriate for us to, reduce our participation to match what the city and Delmar College are doing.
Yes, more than appropriate.
And the other thing, Court, and we have to make these kind of decisions on a go-forward basis, especially in light of what the legislature may or may not do to us here shortly. At the end of this year, the tax reinvestment zone for downtown will renew.
28.
Is it 28?
2028. We will start talking about discussions on bringing that forward,
Yeah.
since there's continuing to be businesses and improvements that are still being proposed and projects that are being proposed, but it does not expire until 2028.
Okay. But at the point any of these expire, we need to make the decision of whether or not we're going to continue participation at all. But anyway, I agree with Commissioner Chesney's assessment. We need to reduce our participation. I think the island map, that, so to speak, is a good footprint to follow.
That's his motion today to reduce ours in the increments like the island going down.
Yeah.
And then,
for both of those.
and then come back and look at, as Commissioner Pusley stated, look at all of them and whether we need to participate in all of them going forward and coming up with a policy. But that would be the immediate effect today. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think where we have the opportunity, and Commissioner Chesney has done this, the county has participated in these, especially the downtown one, for several years. I was a champion for that when I came to the Commissioners Court in 2009. I was able to convince the Commissioners Court to join that, and I think it has really helped downtown. I think it has currently and eventually will, as we go forward in the future, will help add additional tax revenue to our bottom line. But I think we've reached a point now where we can start phasing that out, and this will be a good way to do that. But anyway, I support the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any other, Commissioner Modas, are you wanting to speak? Sorry. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Just on, yes. Are you going to say something? Go ahead. Oh, go. I'll listen to Constance.
So I just have a question. So is the motion to mirror TERS number 3, which is downtown, TERS number 4, North Beach, and TERS number 6, Barisi Village, to mirror the percentages in your TERS number 2, which is Padre Island? Is it all of them?
I think we got to talk about 6 separately because that's, I need to figure that one out because I think I don't know the answer to the Barisi. I don't know what's going on with that. I mean,
I'm not sure it's even going forward.
But I mean, I'm okay with being consistent if that's what we need to do. Like if you want to throw that in there, that's fine because
I think we ought to do it across the board.
Consistent. I think
I
we
really
need
do.
to be consistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we may have to come back and revisit that again based on what the state does.
Yes.
I mean, we may be back here in 3 months going, well, wait a minute.
And Constance, I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't mean
No,
to.
it's okay. No, go ahead.
Can you tell me what we're doing?
With
You've got the numbers down, right? And I'm bad on the numbers. So the island tours is 2. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So 3, 4, and 6 are what we're dealing with today.
Correct.
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're doing on 3, 4, and 6 presently, please?
Just give me a second.
Just so we're clear to everyone.
Just 100%.
Yeah, and we'll go back. I'm accepting that amendment for Barisi.
Yes.
As part of my motion. And I think
So
Judge
3 is
seconded.
the downtown. Let me see
Say
the
again? I'm sorry.
participation.
Second, yes. All those in favor of the amendment adding Barisi Village to this?
I think we could just,
We don't have to do the vote on the amendment. Okay.
I mean, if you
You'll
want to.
just change your vote.
I'm just
and
changing my motion, yes,
accepting it,
ma'am.
And I will do the second,
That was-
yes.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
for TERS number 3, which is downtown, we're at 100% for the entire period. For TERS number 4, which is North Beach, we're at 100% from 2019 through 2028, and then 75% for 2029 to 2038.
So it just goes not like the,
That's North Beach? Okay. And then, what was Barisi? Sorry, 6?
Let me find 6. Hold on one moment.
it's the last one on there.
Okay, so 6 is a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that's why
It's
I
a
was
long
almost
one.
going to do that one separately because it's an odd
Right.
deal.
So it has multiples. So tax years 2025 to 2033 is 95%, and then 2034 is 90%. 2035 is 80%. Tax year 2036 is 70%.
Keeps going down.
I'm sorry, yeah,
10%.
it
just
it
keeps
goes
going
down 10%.
Yes.
And where does it go down to?
Tax year 2044 is 5%, and that's the last year.
So we might want to pull that one out and talk about it separately
Oh, yes, sir.
because
Okay.
to mirror it hurts us because this one goes down farther,
It does,
right?
correct.
So this one,
So you might want to keep this one if
well, I don't know. That's what I was saying. Maybe we just pull Barisi out. I still want to talk about it, but I mean, I don't want to put more into it. I'm trying to get less, not
Yes,
more.
correct.
And that one does go down to 5%
yes, sir.
eventually.
Yes,
It may
sir.
need to go down faster based on what we're doing other places. So can we just pull Barisi out for a minute and do these two only as part of the motion? Going back to
Your
that.
motion.
Sorry, Lorenzo.
Yes, sorry,
So-
going back to the original motion.
And then just
I'm
for the
still-
record, if you'll state, and I've got it in front of me, but if you'll state what number 2 is so that my motion can be specific.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Could we maybe table this and have staff go back and evaluate each one of these and give us a guiding chart on what each one of them look like now?
It's in here, and if we wait, then it's costing us money because these go
Well,
into
we only
effect.
wait a week or 2 weeks. But whatever you want to, I'm just making that suggestion. If you don't want to do that, I'm fine.
I mean, if it's going to cost me your vote, but I mean, I think.
No.
I mean, I was just going to. I mean,
I'll
I was
support
going to
whatever you want to do.
Well, yeah, I was going to do 3 and 4 parallel to the island because then
Okay.
we're consistent because we've got
Okay.
the island ones in place.
All right.
Then talk about Barisi separately just for a minute. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
okay, so I'm
So-
going to go back to the original motion. I'll let you tell us what the island one is so that the public can hear that.
So there's 6 different categories. So tax years 2022 through 2027 is 75% participation. Tax year 2028 is 70% participation. 29 is 65. 2030 is 60%. 2031 is 55%. And then the remainder, which is 2032 to 2041, is 50%.
Right, so, correct me if I'm wrong, if we change 3 and 4 to that deal, then that will be a significant savings to Nueces County that will go into the general fund, and we are still then partnering in entities that are pretty much doing city projects.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, then that would be my motion to have 3 and 4 reflect the same reduction schedule that number 2 did.
And that effective date is when?
Today. I mean,
She said we could do it immediately, so.
and that way we can start
Yes.
letting Constance go back and figure out, that's going to help us with some revenue into our general fund, and we need to know that for our upcoming budget.
Correct. It will begin at the beginning of the tax year.
Yes.
So,
Right.
yes, sir. So,
I mean, I agree that we should, I mean, have you talked to those groups impacted most by this, Commissioner?
The
Posted
city
it,
and the-
Arlene was here, I mean, they are.
Arlene was here, we should have kept her here, or I don't know what her schedule was like.
I mean, we
You
didn't,
know, here we are
we didn't talk,
celebrating, praising North Beach earlier, and
Yeah.
we're doing this. I get what the intent is. It's just, you know, I think of downtown and how vibrant it's becoming, and I know we got to balance that with being responsible with how many tax breaks we give. I'm not about this continuing. I just want to make sure that these groups and their affected bodies are aware of the steps that we could be taking immediately, right? And I'm hoping this, and I'm assuming that's what Arlene's comments were in reference to. I know that North Beach is very vibrant, and yep, I see all the great work that's being done. I mean, in the end, we're not talking about eliminating. If we follow the same schedule, we go up to we go no less than 50%.
well, that's what,
Right.
that's what
Is that
I'm
correct,
just mirroring what
Constance?
we did on the island already.
And with respect to North Beach, we're the only entity that's still at 100%.
Everyone else had
Everybody
already
else has already
dropped
gone.
down.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, sounds like we're the only entity that was ever at 100%.
Yes.
Well,
Based on-
I think that's true.
Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
Judge and I just happened to see that on the screen at the meeting last week. We went, wait a minute, how'd that happen?
All right, then I'm
All
good.
right. Yes.
As long as it doesn't, I mean, as long as we're not talking about totally eliminating amounts.
The
And that
bottom
these
it goes
boards
to is
understand
50.
that, and
Yes, yes.
would have been good to have them here.
No, and Commissioner
time.
Chesney took advantage of, he got some money for some of the project, and I'm going to be asking for some for a project we've got coming up here shortly, too.
So we have a motion and a second to mirror this, the TERS number 2. And this is only on the downtown and the North Beach TERS this will affect. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so Judge, if I can now go back to Barisi Village for a minute,
Ah.
and I don't know how to, Constance, if you could, can you just do that one real quick again? Because that one, again, no offense, but I don't think, I don't even know
On
that's going to
Barisi,
ever
I think
happen.
that it needs to, we maybe need to bring this back.
Barisi,
that one,
you want to bring that one back?
because
Okay.
It's so different and it needs more
I'm okay with that.
evaluation. It's kind of quick to throw this in and us make a decision.
That's
on
okay.
something.
Can,
Yes,
so
okay.
can we bring that back for the next meeting with some sort of analysis, Constance, on, what that would look like from y'all, if we mirror the others? And again, we're trying to be consistent, but this one's a little odd, and I don't
think
want to.
your item coming up that we're going to work on
Sure.
will maybe take care of that problem as well.
Okay.
So,
That's fine.
Okay.
So-
And we discussed Barisi here a couple of meetings back with the fact that, the TERS only earns money whenever there's increase in investment. And so far, there's been no investment in Barisi.
Yeah.
And so, we may be back here in a couple of years if there hasn't been any, and saying, the city even may say, we're going to pull the plug on this like we did number 5.
Yes,
So,
thank you. And
again,
you just
Commissioner, I just
instructed
wanted-
them, we don't need a motion or anything for them to bring back. Yes.
And again, Commissioner, Commissioner Pusley, I want to thank you for your no vote on the downtown TERF budget because of your position that it's doing a lot of things that it wasn't intended to do, and that's part of what we need to work on in our policy.
yeah, there
But I
were just some things in there that I didn't agree with. I thought that were more city functions than they were TERS related, and so.
I think Del Mar felt the same way because I think Mr. Garza also voted the same way on that budget.
Yeah,
But I
he did.
appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Is all I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Now, moving on to item number 10, Discuss and consider the execution of the interlocal agreement, and I believe this is now just a presentation on the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County regarding tax increment reinvestment zone number 7, the London Terrace. Thank you.
Judge, yes, just for court edification before Mr. Mostagashi makes the presentation on this, we are not voting on this today. The city hadn't voted on this yet. We're simply getting presentation. It's here for any question that anybody wants to ask on this, and then we're going to do this, go back into executive session. I would remind the court that we're still in a negotiation process on that, and to be cautious on what we say out here, since some of it needs to be done in executive session, potentially.
And we will need a unanimous vote to take
Correct.
it into executive, so just reminding everyone. So thank you, and you may begin.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
here.
Commissioners. I'm Moses Mostagashi with Coastal Bend Lots. Appreciate the opportunity to give this presentation. Just wanted to kind of touch up on some highlights and what could be a potential TERS District number 7 for the London area. So the London area is very unique. It's 87 square miles, mostly farmland in the area. The population of the London area is roughly around 3,800 people as of early this year, and roughly 1,200 homes. Median age is around 39. Originally, the history of the London area started off with rural farmland, and started off with Sam and Fanny London, who purchased some land from the King Ranch, and there is some King Ranch property that's surrounding the London area in 1909. Primarily in the London area was a very small grocery store, post office, and also the school district as well, and then ultimately came the church that's there today, which is Church Unlimited on the corner. If you look on the next slide here, we'll talk about the London School. In 2020, the London School had a population of around 1,200 students. Today, that's grown to roughly 1,950, and that was actually before school started today, because as Dr. Chapman stated about a week ago, most parents forget to enroll their kids and think they're automatically enrolled. So that's probably going to jump up to about 2,100 students by the end of the week when they give us the new amount. London School just passed a $96 million bond in 2022 and done some great improvements. One of them being they tied into a sewer line that we extended for them at the end of their property and got them off of septic system. And as early as last year, they also annexed into the city of Corpus Christi, which provides a lot of amenities for them as a school district, but most importantly, when it rains really hard, their school's not shut down, which is important. On the next slide here, if we could go to the next one, please. The one after that, please. To really talk about the housing overview in the London area. The London area normally has half-acre to acre lots, up to 2-acre, and even some 10-acre tracts throughout that 87 square mile area. It wasn't until 2020 when a sewer line was brought in under the OSO and gave the opportunity for annexation to occur in the London area and provide neighborhoods with gutter systems, with sidewalks, with city roads, which are generally 40-foot back-to-back or 28-foot back-to-back roads, 40-foot back-to-back roads, and even up to 50-foot back-to-back roads with curve, where a county standard road is usually a 20-foot county standard road. And if you can see between the two pictures there, you've got your half-acre, acre lot communities, which generally reside on the left-hand side of Weber currently, and on the right-hand side of Weber, where the school site is where you're seeing the 6,000 to 10,000 square foot lots that have annexed into the city of Corpus Christi, which provide a lot more density. Usually in these neighborhoods, you're getting 5 to 6 lots per acre, compared to in your half-acre, acre neighborhoods, you're generally averaging at about 0.78 to 1 lot per acre because of detention purposes that are required for the county developed neighborhoods, where city developed neighborhoods have drainage systems. Just to kind of point out a couple simple facts is on the next slide here, we've got what's different between the county and city. The county, everything is going to be on septic systems, where you have open ditches, detention ponds. 20-foot asphalt county roads that are maintained by the county, no curb, no sidewalks, county sheriff, and potentially ESD fire protection. City standards would provide sewer, underground drainage systems, larger, what we call high-quality roads, just because of the density that's required to the density standards for the traffic flow that generally go on these roads because of the amount of lots that's done per acre. You also have curb and sidewalks, which is really nice for the kids. I actually just got a text message from Dr. Chapman trying to figure out how to get a sidewalk to some part of his school just for safety purposes. But it also provides police and fire protection as well. The biggest challenge in the London area is ultimately drainage is one small challenge, but sewer is going to be your largest challenge. Infrastructure lacks in the London area. In one small corridor of about 1,000 acres where these homes have started in 2020, there was city trust fund dollars and participation funds that was able to be provided to land developers and builders to get these two kind of off the ground. That lift station is far from other parts of London, basically because you've got the highway as the dividing factor. And to provide what we're trying to do with the city, the county, and Del Mar is create a London TERS to ultimately provide infrastructure. So this TERS is different from any of the other TERS that exist in the city today because this is unannexed area. When you're not annexed into the city, you're allowed to do county standards, or you're obligated to do county standards, whereas when you're annexed into the city, then you're obligated to do city standards, which city standards, again, would provide real sewage, drainage, city standard roads, water, and ultimately provide more density and bring in not only homes but also commercial, which is quality of life feature that this area provides or needs. If we can go to the next two. So this map here is a map that the city has been working on. Ultimately, it provides a boundary of roughly around 4,400 acres. The city of Corpus Christi generally develops around 250 acres a year in the city of Corpus Christi. That's really why, and we'll get to the next slide, but in talking about the actual map, this map is a hypothetical zone because everything that's in this map is not annexed into the city. Which means
we're on the wrong slide here.
Yeah,
Were you on
sorry.
that first slide?
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
I was
Sorry.
looking, trying to make sure.
Yes.
There. Thank you.
Yes, went a little faster.
Okay. Yes.
So this map here illustrates roughly around 4,400 acres of that 87-acre square mile. But this is where the sewer can start, this is where the drainage can start, and really this is where you need to start, and eventually this zone can be expanded by the city and the county in a future time frame, but this gives a good 25-year base start, basically, because if you made the zone all of London, you couldn't develop all of London in any of our lifetimes, right? So that's why this is a 25-year plan to start with this area. It surrounds the school, surrounds the church, which are your two largest anchors, and the school being actually in the city now, but the church still being in the county, to allow annexation to happen to entice high-density development, which means your commercial, which means your residential, but to get basically city standards here and to get the property off of being on any type of septic system and to provide real roads, real drainage. That's what this TERS is kind of illustrating. So it's in this corridor. Now this map will be, I want to say, I don't want to use the word corrected, but it's still being modified to make sure that any other developments that have already annexed or any developments that are in the county today with any type of housing are not in the TERS zone. So the county loses nothing today and isn't really getting anything from this area because this is all agricultural land. So you don't really have a tax base here. Now there are 3 shovel-ready projects, which is the next map. You've got Mirabella and you've got London proper, kind of a mixture. Mirabella is going to be a 1,200 lot community by a new builder coming into town, providing walking trails, hike and bike trails, clubhouses, resort style community, pickleball courts, something that Corpus hasn't really seen or had. They're very well known in the Valley area and have done this concept before. So we're excited to be able to work with them and potentially get this in the city of Corpus Christi. Now, the commercial district corridor is something that I've been working on for over 5 years now. Initially, we looked at doing something different with this area, but we really want to bring that quality of life feature in, bring in that high density. This area will need it eventually, but right now with 1,200 homes, we need to be able to bring in the volume and density of homes, and really that's done by having sewer and water drainage and roads that can substand the traffic. And to go into the next slide, please, and the one after that, please. The one after that is really just to kind of touch on again what the county will benefit in participating in this TERS. Today, again, this land is in the county and receives really no revenue. It's been in the county since 1909 and really received no revenue because it's all agricultural land. What we want to try to do is make sure that, and I have nothing against half-acre, lot communities, but they don't provide the density that's needed, and in some cases they don't provide the tax dollars that are needed, and ultimately become a burden for the county when it comes to the roads, the septic systems, and really some of the drainage issues that y'all been dealing with in the London area with those type of neighborhoods. So we have an opportunity today to really look at the corridor that potentially can have sewer and these public infrastructure to bring in that quality of life feature as far as parks, more dense homes, more businesses, and really spur that area, especially with the 286 expansion that's happening as well. So that's really what we've brought to the city and the county, and just kind of wanted to highlight on some of those points there, and stand by for any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members? Go ahead, Commissioner Modis.
No, go ahead.
No, we could just start this way.
Okay. Commissioner.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Moses. Appreciate the information. And let me turn my speaker down a little bit, it's backfeeding. I guess I have a few questions, and I talked to Commissioner Chesney about this yesterday and asked these questions. And so why are we doing this ahead of, well, now my microphone went off.
Is it on?
Is it on? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we doing this ahead of the city's annexation process?
So we're not. So what I'm doing today is just kind of giving you guys a briefing of what's to come. The city has their process, so the city plans on, they did a briefing last week at council. They have to have an interlocal agreement with y'all. So a TERS has to function with two taxing entities. And normally it's with the county and the city. Obviously Del Mar exists as well, but two taxing entities have to be there for a TERS to form. And obviously y'all been in negotiations about percentages the same way y'all were talking about percentages on your other TERS. We've come to the city with the option of a 50% percentage, which is much less than any of the other TERS that you contribute in. Mainly because that's the value that's needed from these taxing entities to bring in that public infrastructure, which is a requirement in a sense when you annex properties into the city.
So you think that the city will go ahead and annex this before we'd have to
So
take
the city
it in?
can't annex anything. So we plan on doing voluntarily annexing properties.
That's what I mean.
Yes, sir. So this will create a hypothetical area that will allow multiple landowners, not just me, to be able to annex properties, then provide financial studies and plans to ultimately then come back and qualify for individual projects. So today all that y'all are doing is taking in the briefing and obviously looking at the interlocal agreement and the negotiations that y'all have had with the city. And if that gets a blessing, the city will then put it on their agenda on the 12th of August to approve that. And then it'll come back to this body for approval before it goes to the second round of approval process by the city.
Okay.
But our annexation is conditional on the TERS.
Okay.
And I will touch up on something. We've been working we've been working on this for over 2 years, in some cases over 4 years. As a landowner, we have multiple options to do. We can do our half-acre lots and stay in the county, which is something I don't want to do. Because if I take this 800 acres and I do half-acre lots, we'll produce roughly $600 million worth of tax revenue, and that'll stay on your books. It'll stay in the county. The city won't benefit from any of that, but the burden of the streets, the septic systems, and the infrastructure, fire, and ultimately EMS will be on the county. This model that you see will just on these 800 acres that are shovel-ready projects that can start literally tomorrow, once we get past this project, over the next 20 years we'll put in roughly $1.5 billion worth of tax revenue. So really that's why the 50-50 split should make sense to the county on their side, because they're not gaining anything today, but they're not losing something tomorrow. 50% of 1.5 billion is still more than 100% of 600 million, but you have no responsibility because all of that property will be annexed into the city. And then ultimately the zone area allows multiple landowners and multiple entities to potentially start their own projects and then get out of this, the county and just be in the city. Well, you're always in the county, but also be in the city.
Yeah. Okay, so you would bring this back to this body once the annexation process has been implemented by the city then. That's what I'm kind of trying to get to.
This body has already an agreement. We have an agreement with the city that we will annex this property simultaneously as the TERS is formed. So on August 12th, we plan on the TERS area to be approved, and then ultimately we're hoping on August 20th is y'all's next meeting. Y'all will approve the TERS area. On the 26th, the city would then approve the TERS area officially. That sets the standard for the TERS area. And ultimately, the next city meetings, boards are set up, financial plans are reviewed. Those are then approved like you do on the Tuesday mornings. And then ultimately, the final vote will be sometime, I think, 1st of May, just because of the public notices and everything that have to go out for the actual projects that are ready to be broken ground.
Okay, so hypothetically, if this broke down in the city, then we would not form this TERS at all.
So if the city doesn't approve it on August 12th, then you don't approve it on the 20th, then there is no 26th.
Yeah.
And then as a land developer, I have to make a choice whether I go do half-acre lots, whether I go create a mud district, whether I go create a MMD, and move on to other options that we have available by the state.
And I haven't kept up since I left, and I know we were kind of in a state of flux with respect to trust fund and impact fees. How does this dovetail into what would happen?
That's the beauty of it. If you qualify for a TERS, you're not dealing with trust funds, you're not dealing with participation funds, you don't qualify, you don't double dip. That is not a part of this process, which is kind of the problem. And in a sense, there is no participation fee dollars left. You know, there is no trust fund dollars left. Yeah. Impact fees are, I'm the chairman, and we're having our final meeting, but ultimately if we go to an impact fee system, those dollars aren't going to be, there's not going to be dollars in the bucket for many, many years.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Mavis.
Thank you. Most thanks for coming and bringing this item before us. I've had this discussion about tax increment refinance zones for years with other people in the community. Have really talked about it's accessible to any part of our county, really. It can be. And it's usually only tied into new development, but that it could be. I like what you said, that you're not the only one that's, like, you don't own or have access to all this land. Like, there's others involved.
There's probably over 50 landowners in this zone.
Wow, that's good.
And the zone can get bigger. The thing is you've got to start with so the financial models are ultimately going to determine the amount that can be participated per project. So these projects, these shovel-ready projects, pay for themselves, not the area. So that's a little bit different than maybe your downtown or your island TERS, where you already have vertical structures that are paying taxes, then paying for something else. These stay within project specific. So you'll be approving project specific TERS projects inside this zone. So multiple people can come to the table with it, but ultimately you have to start where you have sewer and drainage first. You can't go in that 87 square mile area and say, I'm going to go down Chapman Ranch where the windmills are and I want to put in a TERS and get a city sewer line there, because the amount of dollars that are created from there to then where the actual tie-in point doesn't make sense. So you still have to fill in from a certain area.
One of the things you also touched on, you know, especially utility district, a municipal utility district, if anyone's ever looked at a map, like in Harris County especially,
yeah,
it's littered with them. And I know that they created those particular reason at that moment in time. It just made sense.
Yeah.
But there's so much of a difficulty, in my opinion, of dealing with small entities that are governmental entities,
yes,
that function and have all the responsibilities, but they're peppered everywhere. I don't know how they get everybody together and try to work together. And my opinion on that is that there's probably not much collaboration. And I'm always talking about collaborating with other governmental entities to make the best use, stretch out our tax dollars in services the most.
Yeah.
So I love this concept that it's size. I love that there's at least 50 landowners who can participate in some form or fashion with this. It's not only to benefit you, because that's one of the concerns that I had. So I'm glad that you're addressing these difficult questions, because you're just the one trying to take the lead to try to really kind of get this jump started and expand to some greater opportunities for our county. So I love that concept. And so for our notice, and for anyone who's watching to date, counting this meeting, how many times has this gone before any governmental entity between the city and the county, specifically about this proposed TERS 7?
Well, the briefing just recently was at the city. I know the county and the city have probably been talking about this for roughly 6 months. Again, we were going to do an MMD 4 years ago, but because we don't want to shortchange any entity, we decided to wait, work through the process, make it a larger area, allow multiple landowners to kind of expand this farmland into a dense area, to master plan it really the right way. I mean, this is one of the last opportunities, open canvas area that we have in our city. And ultimately, that's kind of been our goal. But as far as it being in front of y'all, this is probably the first time, and the city as well got a briefing on this. Now, the city was a part of this in December when we brought forward this concept, but elections happened, and obviously other things that are going on at the city are still going on. But that's why we're here today, because now we're on a time crunch. We've already invested, I won't say the number, but a lot of money to get plans and processes and options ready, and we need to move it forward. And I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to see this area not have its full potential. And again, I don't want to do an MMD or a MUD, but those are just options that we have, which ultimately limit really the hate using the word control, because that's the word Mark Scott used the other day, but it's more to maintain and operate and communicate with everybody so that this area can work out the best.
Well, I just wanted to point it out because I know the community, there's so many issues, and sometimes those in the community are not paying attention or don't realize until news coverage comes up, and then it's the first time to them. So I was really trying to get to that this is not a process that's been operating in a vacuum. There's been a lot of stakeholders that have been part of this discussion. It's been on at least 2 public agendas, and so it's going to continue to come back at least one more time with the city and potentially one more time with us. So just because it's new to the community member doesn't mean it's new, right? And doesn't mean that this hasn't been vetted or is continuing to be vetted.
yeah.
I'm sure there's some tweaks that you've had to make to this, or at least try to readdress or clarify. So I just kind of wanted to stress that we've been talking about this already. We've been looking at this coming up on our agenda, and so to have you here to answer some of these questions are important. And so I don't want this to get bogged down, as I'm sure obviously you have your timeframes that you can't afford for that based on your investment that you've put into this. But I don't want this to slow down just because people are discovering that it's an issue. It's been ongoing, it's been well documented, and so I think that we want to continue to need public input, but you've done a lot of your own homework and presented it to us and to council. So this is nothing new. So when it does come for potentially a final vote, then we've done a lot of the homework, we've asked a lot of the questions, and it's ready to go by the time it gets to us again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for being here, and I know I've met with you previously about all of this. I was excited to see that it had expanded, was still just being farmland, to include other property owners so that they could benefit with this too, and then the 50% sounds good to me. I know I'm probably the least friendly of the members on TERS, especially given the financial situation the county's been in the past few years. But going from nothing to potentially having something really is what I wanted to stick with. I think you've done your job. You've presented it great, and I'm happy to move forward with the potential for other property owners as well. And thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Judge, just quickly, and I think Commissioner Montes was alluding to, we've spent, I don't know how many hours I've spent working on this. It's gone on and on ad nauseum, quite honestly, and I appreciate, Moses jumping in and taking, the lead on this. And I want to point out, when this was originally proposed to the court, the judge immediately, to her credit, said should only be, her opinion was, should only be undeveloped area. And that's where the real value in this one for the county is. The city still benefits more by far on this than we do, but the county does have more benefit in this one than any of the other ones because of so much undeveloped area that's in this area. And because this court, if you'll remember, we passed a specific moratorium on no more annexation of county roads until the septic issue was taken care of, because the city is respectfully forcing people to annex if they want water, but not providing sewer in a lot of these areas. This takes care of a lot of that, because septic, no offense to anybody who has a septic company, but I don't want London developing in a septic type situation and a septic system, and this really does is what that's really the benefit for the county in this, is that we can get a lot of the area off of septic into sewer, and certainly he's right about getting rid of the county roads and the responsibility that we have in that area. That's a big deal. So this one, of all the TERSs, has more value to the county. Again, in my opinion, the city still benefits way more than we do, because if he did provide the mud and the pit, and believe me, I've had people asking me about that, why don't we just keep it all in the county? And, I get it. But because if we keep it on the county, then we're stuck with septic systems, and we're stuck with maintaining the roads and so forth and so on. So this is one of the unique ones that while the city has way more benefit than we do get benefit out of this one, because we get it off septic. And that would be kind of the devil in the detail language that we have to discuss. But there is something there. And so I do thank the county judge for her role in this, because she definitely jumped on making sure that this was developable, undeveloped land only and undeveloped areas only. And I appreciate Moses pointing out that the 50 different landowners that have the ability, that have undeveloped land in this area, that can apply. They've got to qualify, and they've got to go through the hoops just like everybody else does.
Lots of studies.
The studies, right? And so, but they have the opportunity, and it's a lot of different landowners that can participate in this if they haven't developed their property yet. So that's a good thing. So I'll leave it at that. Again, I could spend another hour talking about this because I've spent.
And I'll just add one point, Commissioners. The best point of this is there's nobody that can be a part of the zone, or nobody is a part of the zone if they've already annexed, but nobody can be in the zone if they don't annex. So the zone is hypothetical in the sense it sets the standard, but ultimately once they get to their shovel-ready projects, they will come with their financial models and plans, as we will, bring it to the board, and ultimately go through that process then the city, but you will get it annexed and it'll be in the city of limits.
And they have to have sewer because
that's a part of it. So if you're in the city, you can't be on septic.
Right.
So
and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal to get this going, to get this done. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much.
Likewise. Thank you for the opportunity.
Commissioner, you want to make the motion to take this into executive? I need, well, I guess we don't even have a motion. I just need a unanimous vote to take it in. All those in favor of bringing this into executive?
We would ask that you
make the motion and
make the motion that, or the finding, yes, that it would be detrimental.
551.0725.
Are you making that motion, or do you need a motion for that?
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can. No, it's your item. Go ahead.
I would make the motion under that section that it would be detrimental to not do it in executive session.
Business, yes. I'll second your motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is unanimous. We will take that into executive. So moving on, item number 11 is yours as well, Commissioner Chesney. And I know we're not going to create that today. I think that's going to be something that, you may be.
Judge, today is just really a consideration of creating a temporary moratorium on any and all new tax reinvestment zones that have not yet been requested by Nueces County as of June 15th, 2025, meaning that I don't know if there's any more out there, but until we come up with a policy, we don't accept any applications for any others than the one that we have before us, which is number 7. I'm happy if the court wants to take a shot at bringing that back and circulating it for the court to see. So this is just basically saying until we come up with a policy, then we're not going to do any more. It just like we did on the streets with the county roads. It's the same exact process we did. We allowed the ones that were in the pipeline to go through, but we said no more county roads can be annexed until the city comes up with an appropriate way to deal with the drain or the sewer issue out there. So that's all this is. Temporary moratorium until we come up with a policy. That would be my motion, as stated in item number 11.
And also, would you spearhead the policy discussion for it to come
I'm
up?
happy to do that, Judge, if that's what the court wants me to do.
No?
Let him have it.
Sorry.
I second that motion.
I'm happy for John to do it.
No, thank you. I second that motion. It's just some discussion. So if there is, say, a proposal for number 8, that it can happen just after we get this policy worked out.
Right.
Okay.
Just 9, 10,
And we're
12,
not
whatever.
Putting this off forever. This is something we want to address.
Just a temporary hold.
Yes.
Right.
Temporary.
Gotcha.
This
All
is
right.
not like.
Sounds good to me.
Yes. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on then to, and just for notes too, that Commissioner Chesney is going to spearhead that policy discussion. On item number 13, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates and workshop dates. And I have in my notes, Commissioner Modas, we want to recess on our September 10th budget meeting for the state of the university. I know quite a few of us will be wanting to attend. I know it's a very big meeting and an important meeting, but I would think that there are many of us who will be attending that.
September 10th, Judge?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
For Commissioner Court. Sure. Which
Yes.
meeting is that now?
September 10th.
September 10th, that's our budget meeting, but it's also the state of the
No, that's a
university.
commissioners court meeting, Judge.
It's the commissioners.
Oh.
But it's when we
But
vote
it's
on the
when it's
budget. I'm
budget.
sorry,
Right.
sorry.
Oh, it's
It's not our budget meeting. It's when we vote on everything, yes.
And it's
So
the state of the city,
State of the
University.
University.
state of the university.
Yes.
And it always happens that way, and every year I always bring it up. And I mean, these are typically long meetings for us. So I mean, I'd love to attend, but if we just can't, I mean, we should just be aware that we may want to ask for that. But as we get closer, we may see that. I think we'll have a bear of a budget to deal with, so we may not want to break.
We are going to
We
have
may just
probably,
need just to work
so,
through it. So
yes.
if we can, definitely would love for us to break for 2 hours to be able to travel and go and participate, support the university, Dr. Miller, on the work they're doing, and then come back. But that 2 hours is 2 hours we can spend in here
The
crunching the
budget,
numbers. And,
that meeting sometimes goes until late. I think it's gone very late a few times, so that may.
So keep it on your radar, but yeah, I
Then we won't
only
vote
if-
on it now.
only
We'll
if-
decide that
yeah,
closer
only
to
if-
time.
Only
Okay.
if we don't have a bad budget, which.
Yes, let's hope. Moving on to item B1, Coastal Parks. Discuss and consider approving a funding source for the Restore Act grant funds. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, this is a big deal. This is that $7.5 million grant that I wrote in 2016, got awarded in 2018, and here I am in 2025 trying to put it out for bid. But it's going to be an economic driver for the coastal parks for sure. It's going to double and possibly triple one of the parks at Padre Bay, and I know it's going to double IB McGee. So that's what we're asking for. It's just permission for a method of procurement right now, and we'll put that out on the streets. Once I get the method of procurement approved by y'all, I still have to wait on Treasury to give me notice to proceed for construction, and all the permitting is done with the exception of a city building permit. So we're good to go, but it's a long process. It's even longer than your ARPA money process. So, but if y'all approve, I'll get with purchasing. We'll get the IFB set of plans out and get going.
I want to make the motion, but I do have some discussion too, Judge, but I would make the motion to consider this, or to approve this, sorry.
Thank you.
So it actually, when I wrote this thing back in 2016, I'm not
Scott.
kidding you.
Scott, hang on a second. I think
Hold
we need
on.
a second
All right,
first.
I'll second. Sorry.
sorry.
I was
Just wanna make
answering another thing. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. Go ahead.
So it took me, this is no exaggeration, it took me 3 weeks, 7 days a week to write this thing. And out of all the applications that were received in Bucket 1, which is what this is of the Restore Act, there were over 3 billion applicants and applicants that were received, and only 114 million that was awarded. So it was extremely competitive. So we did a good job.
And what's the total on this one, Scott?
7.5.
Right. So, Judge, I think this is, God bless. I think this is truly a testament to endurance, because you heard the time frame on this. I'm just glad that we're both still here, Scott, to see this happening. This is a big deal because these are revenue generators, $7.5 million that comes out of grant money, and we will get all of the revenue off of that. We don't have to pay this back. This is grant money. And Scott, what is the time frame on?
I have to be done with everything by February of 2027. I've been waiting on, it's messed up the way this was a broken program. I'll just be straight up with you. If they just block grant the money down to the state agency or the county, we'd be a lot better, because we're not going to be able to build what we could have built in 2018 with $7.5 million. So thank God we've got existing infrastructure that we can tie into. Thank God we've got all the permitting and environmental already done. So that's out of the way. So, but
When do you think this will be built by?
It's got to be done by February of
I know, but
2027.
when do you think when's the reality? Because we're going to need to obviously factor things into our budget, but I don't know if it's going to affect our budget this year, because there'll be.
You'll have IB McGee done in 2026, and then probably mid-2026, and then you'll move to Padre to finish out the rest of it, because we got to wait for Callan to get out of the way where their laydown yard is. That's where we're making improvements. Right. So your pier will be done, your Risco King Pavilion will be done, your RV parks will be expanded, and you'll be filthy rich.
Yeah, anyway.
I have a question about that.
Go ahead.
y'all done?
Okay.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about what your plans are, Scott, for this $7.5 million.
Expand the number of RV sites that we currently have, and the same type of design that we currently have. We know that the sites, there have been a lot of people who question the amount of green space we have with our sites, but the general public like having that space. They don't like being crammed up against each other. All of our pad sites are 90 foot long, longer than most RV parks, where you can get your RV on there, your car, and your tow vehicle, and your boat. Okay. And so we're going to go with that same concept. We'll have another restroom, shower facility to serve these new expanded areas. Fortunately, TCEQ came back to me outside of this award. It's an amendment I got to bring back in the next couple of courts. They gave me an additional $315,000. So we're going to build an outdoor open-air pavilion for the campers at IB McGee. There are a lot of things that were in the dynamics and the metrics of what we were going to do with the original written grant proposal that we just can't afford to do anymore. And so we're going to have a base bid, and then we'll have all these additive alternates, and when the bids come in, we'll go down a la carte and say, yeah, we can do this one, we can't do that one, we'll do this one,
And I'm not asking these questions to be critical.
No.
I'm just trying to understand. So have we done a profit and loss statement on exactly what comes in as a result of these?
Yeah, actually, if you remember my budget presentation, I've been working those numbers for you to give you the granular detail of what the RV parks are producing. RV parks are running right now 92% occupancy year round. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like building storage units. Once you build it and you recover what you put in for, construction, they just pay for themselves. Okay. And so right now I'm working on the dollar per site on an annual basis with these additional sites.
That revenue goes to the Parks Board?
That revenue comes in and it goes into, we write a check every month from our American bank account that goes to the auditor's office. Where they do what they do with it after that, I don't know. But all that money is warehoused somewhere, and then it shows up the next following year to offset my operating costs.
Okay, so that's my point. So it's not going into the general fund. It's going to go back into only Precinct 4. Is that correct?
Well, it goes back into Coastal Parks budget. So when I come to you and I say, okay, here's my budget.
That's not, wait, hold on. That's not exactly right, Teresa. You want to do this for us? I mean, not wrong, but.
And your microphone, yes.
Are you just referring to your operating costs?
Yeah.
In coastal parks?
Yeah.
The transfer
Just
from 81 to 80?
No, I mean, how y'all, the revenue that I make, wherever it's setting, whether it's a Wells Fargo account or wherever it goes, I don't know where it goes, wherever it's setting, that revenue then comes back in to 180, typically 180. Right. 181 is park capital improvement account. There's a percent of all sales that goes into 181, which is really your capital improvement account. And then 182, which we're going to get all that worked out through the budget process. That's currently Bob Hall Pier. And, that'll support itself once it gets going. But that's a different subject than the RV park.
Right, but all the revenue stays in coastal parks.
Yes.
It stays within 0180's budget.
But we still subsidize from the general fund a certain amount. So
the transfer
there's X amount of revenue that's generated by the coastal parks asset. The revenue generated doesn't cover all the expenses. So the general fund subsidizes the coastal parks. So that the goal for coastal parks is to eventually get more and more revenue so that it's less and less comes out of the general fund. Okay. This particular project, and he's working on it, he's going to get it to you, but this particular project is a zero expense capital-wise. Right. The only expense will be the people that it costs to run it. But the revenue should far exceed, he's working on those numbers, should far exceed, because we have zero into this, right? The $7.5 million isn't coming out of the county's money, it's coming out of this Restore grant. So we're starting with a zero baseline on the capital improvement. Then he's going to go factor in the expenses to run it are going to be these 4 people or these 5 people or these whatever. Right. Then he's going to show you the revenue projections, which should be way more than the expenses. So that's going to then help offset some of the general fund transfer back to coastal parks. Okay. It's like every other department in Nueces County. Very few departments make money for the county. We have to subsidize it, right? But they generate a ton of revenue compared to most departments
No.
because they have that opportunity.
And always have.
Right.
And always have.
Right. So I don't
But
know
it'd
if
be nice to have that
Yeah,
paper
he's-
for us
he's working
too,
on it.
to
Yeah,
show
y'all just
the
brought that up
profit
in my
and
budget
loss
hearing.
and-
He's working on
yes, Yes,
So, yeah, I mean, it's, well, for example, Commissioner Pusley, I think I said it in my budget presentation. We generated $2 million last year. My budget was 3.2. So there you go. That's how much you supplemented me, but not
But
any.
breaking it down, because
Yeah.
you're saying, you're creating a larger space, you're having to get additional employees, but being able to show that even this section is paying for itself and not, because you can grow so much that it may additionally cost more money if you have to have multiple vehicles, multiple people, everything taken care of, aging infrastructure, things like that. So if you show a profit and loss on what this section is or what that's going to create, that would help us all in the long.
Okay, yeah, and I'm actually working on that. I've communicated with Commissioner Chesney and my staff. We're putting that together. I want to get you to a granular level because you asked about the pier, both piers, and you asked about the RV parks just before I brought this to you. So I'm working on that for you right now.
Just those, that'd be perfect, yeah.
And IB McGee, is that going to be additional parks as,
Yeah, RV parks,
RV
tent camping. The thing that we don't have at IB McGee right now is any tent camping at all. And other than the state park, one of the few public parks that still supports tent camping. There are a lot of families out there who like to car camp, go tent camping. We couldn't afford to recover that after Hurricane Harvey. We actually didn't even recover the number of sites we had before Harvey. So we did what we could with the budget that we had.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Scott.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item 2. Discuss and consider approving the award and execution of ARPA-funded agreement with Nationwide Trailers. You have finally found the 2024 Delco trailer for Coastal Parks equipment.
Recommend approval.
And second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much, Scott.
Okay, I think that's it for me.
Moving on to Grantsbury, or do y'all want to continue, or do y'all want to take a break before we go into grants?
you mean like go in executive session?
Well, lunch, executive session, whatever, it's 12:15, lunch is here. Some of these might take some discussion. The
executive session?
When we come back, this might take some lengthy time. There's a couple of items that are going to be lengthy, and even if we don't, I think I need to take a recess for a couple of minutes, unless y'all don't.
We can go to executive session if you want to, Joe.
Okay, why don't we jump ahead? I'm sorry, you guys that are here waiting. We'll get back to you as soon as we get back from the executive, so.
Quick, whatever, I don't care.
Let's go ahead and go to executive. I am going to find the page. Executive session, public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such actions as appropriate on items discussed in the executive session. Item A today is consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to lease space at the Nueces County Airport and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071, Item B, consult with the county attorney on legal matters regarding the June 30th, 2025 demand of Deborah Kamenika and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And then 3A10, we voted to bring into executive, and that is the discuss and consider the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County regarding the tax increment reinvestment zone number 7 and related matters. Which code is that? I have 551.0745, 0725, yes, 551.0725. It is 12:17. We will be going to executive session and having lunch. We should be back hopefully with an hour and a half max. It's a short one, so thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hopefully not too long.
Oh, man.
I've got to go to the ladies' room. I forgot. Oh, she's here. Thank you, Edward. It is 1:34, and we are back from executive session. I believe we have a motion on item B, and executive to deny the claim of Deborah Kamenika. I make the motion to instruct our attorneys to deny the claim.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. There's no other action for today. Are there any adjournments in memory?
No, grants.
We got to do public works.
Oh, we got to do that. Oh, gosh. We're back. Excuse me. I thought we were through.
Finish the meeting. We're ready. Wishful thinking.
I thought 2 o'clock. No wonder I thought we were going to be through so early.
Yeah. We have grants.
We still got to do desal.
We have both
Shut up.
things.
Oh my gosh, please do not mention that word in this place. Come on, don't do that.
Hey, no need to be ugly. Yes, okay, moving on to item C. Thank you. That's why we don't skip around much. I get confused. To grants, item number 1, and Anna, you are front and center. Discuss and consider the rental agreement between Nueces County and Oliver Packaging and Equipment. I was given a briefing on this. This is just for the sealing, the machine for home delivery mails, and it's within the budget. We already have this, so I make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now, Anna, you are up. Item number 2, discuss and approve repayment to the Texas Division of Emergency Management in the amount of $868,190.45 for excess funds received for COVID-19 vaccination administration and related matters. Now, $450K of that is excess funds that we tried to send the payment back. The payment got lost, so we're canceling that payment and doing this all together in one. The rest of that payment is for non-approved claims that we turned in, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I do request an expedite payment, and for Friday, and I'll contact the chief of the Tatum chief, and he was willing to come and pick it up himself and deliver it to Austin. So we
so we don't lose it again.
Yes.
But the other question I would like to ask, this is definitely things that we won't be reimbursed for, that these are clear. This is closing out this account. This is the total amount that we would owe, or we will owe back on the vaccinations portion.
Correct.
On COVID, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And so there was 2, one for the vaccinations, which is a 145, and then the non-vaccination, which was 1136. So we've received the funding for.
Yes, yes. And auditor's office is aware that check was lost, and we're not duplicating anything. We're canceling that one and moving forward with one total check for the $868.90.45.
Judge, excuse me, can we also make sure that it hasn't cleared the bank?
That's a
The
good
check?
point. Yes. Can we check before
It does.
we send?
Yes. Yes.
It's still outstanding.
As far as I know, but it's probably a good thing to check.
If
Yes.
I may, I'm sorry. Prior to reissuing, the audit department always asks us to put a stop payment or to verify that the check has not cleared at the beginning before reissuing.
Well, I think verifying it hasn't cleared and putting a stop payment
Correct,
on
I'm
that
sorry.
check is both, yes.
And if you don't mind, since this is going to be a void reissue, so this would be on the exception run.
Immediately.
Yes.
They could run it Friday.
Yes, because we've already done this. They've been waiting on this check, so we want this to be done very quickly. Yes, okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Anna. Public Works, you're up. Item D1, discuss and consider selection of Hanson Professional Services, Inc., approved and engineer master services contract and approve work authorization number 1 for the development of a scope of work related to the demolition of the old Nueces County Courthouse.
Judge, Public Works is recommending approval.
Motion to approve.
I will second that motion as well.
And just to inform the court, this will allow Hanson to go into the old courthouse and start putting together a plan for demolition. They're going to take a demolition company with them and start mapping out a plan of how that would work and how it would happen, and bring that back to the court. So at that point, then we would have to they would put together all the specifications or whatnot, and we could go out for bid.
And for further clarification, I believe we had to change this to, because Hanson was already on a master service agreement, but that was part of our ARPA designation with the 2 CFR, and it was suggested to us to do this one separate, to create a separate one that had the guidelines now.
And once again, we work to make this sort of a template that we can reuse for other master service agreements as well.
Yes, good plan, and thank you very much, Commissioner Pusley, for that as well. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, discuss and consider approving a funding source, authorize and approve a repair work order with a TKE for the repair of the Nueces County Jail Elevator number 8 under the Omnia Partners Cooperative Contract, contingent upon a review and approval by the county attorney and all related matters. So is this a new contract? Is that what you're talking about?
Judge and Commissioners, this is for fixing elevator number 8. It's been out of service since mid-May. And the elevator needs the shaft, I call it the shaft, but the piston needs to get replaced. And the total cost for that is the $417,726.97. And that's just to fix what's broken right now. We did get an additional proposal from TKEs to modernize the whole elevator, Judge. And I just got it off the press right now. I just got it during lunch. The total cost for that was $545,403.85.
$545,000 to replace like what's in there to modernize?
To the components in order to update it. You know how we're waiting for sometimes for parts and stuff like that. So when they modernize it, they'll do the doors, they'll do the controllers. So all that will be modernized so you can easily get parts from now on also. So it's pretty much getting a brand new elevator without doing the new elevator.
So you're saying instead of this, you're substituting?
No, this would have to be done as part of the repair.
Yeah, yes, you still have to do the repair, which is a 417.
Be in addition to.
But part of the modernization, in other words, the cost for repairs and the modernization is the $545,403.35.
Oh, for the pistons and that? The
Yes,
cost
ma'am.
for
It'll
all
include
of
the whole
that?
thing.
Oh,
It's a turnkey.
yeah.
Yes,
That was
sorry.
what you told me. We had to do the pistons still when I talked to you.
Yes, but this includes the pistons. The 543 includes everything.
The other bid that you gave me the other day didn't then.
It did include the modernization part. Yes, ma'am.
Which is crazy how much you have to spend for an elevator.
Yes, yes, sir.
God.
And how much do you have in your budget for
that? Teresa.
Like, where are we getting this from?
Yeah, that's what he's
To be
asking
determined.
for. But I also
We don't
wanted
have
to
a
point that
funding
out
source
because
now.
the other day in our budget workshop, you didn't have anything on elevators in
I
there.
agree, Judge, and I apologize.
This is
Yes,
a big deal. This is a huge cost.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. And I apologize for that.
Just maybe have to be what we do on our bond.
Yeah.
But is it like working now?
No,
No,
it's
sir.
not.
No, sir, it's out of service.
So if you had, I think you said the other day, this would deplete your budget if you
Oh,
used
yes,
all
ma'am.
of this.
Right, I think we have like 3 something or
There's
less than 3.
$399 available right
Or-
now, but that doesn't include pending
What's
items
been
that haven't
encumbered.
hit the general ledger yet.
This may have to come out of our C of Os.
Well, yeah, but that's not till September. So what are we going to do in the meantime?
Yeah,
Well, it's been broke since May.
yeah.
It's been broke since May.
Yes, since May. It's been broken since May.
I was going to look at CO's balances, maybe the unallocated balances to come up with the number, but I haven't got that number yet. I mean, I don't know which series is available.
Welcome back, Commissioner Pusley.
Well, they were broke when I left here. So nothing's changed.
So then if you modernize this one, are the rest of these?
Yes, ma'am. The other 9, 10, and 11 have been modernized.
They've already been modernized.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
is the last one.
This is the last
that
one.
and it's all in the jail.
This is the last one that's in the jail, yes, ma'am.
Well, I was going to say, for another $100,000, shouldn't we go ahead and consider the modernization at the same time?
Exactly.
I would
Yeah.
recommend it, Commissioner, because
Yeah.
then the parts will be available. Hopefully, we don't need to spend any more monies, but
Hey, if we don't have 417, we might as well approve something if we don't have 517.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like the little lecture we got earlier in our, we're not doing those kind of
Oh,
policies.
yeah, that was being facetious for ever anybody that's listening, so.
Maybe we should ask Teresa to search and see if we can come up with the funding for this and COs or something, since we weren't sure what this was. You didn't get it till just now. We'll have to bring it back to the next meeting to
We'll
get
table it for
approval. Yeah. Bring it back.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I so move.
I'll second, or Commissioner Mata seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
The table. The table.
Table.
Good table.
Yes.
Thank you,
Bring it
Judge.
back
Thank you,
if we
Commissioners.
find money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, to go along with that, Your Honor, and we seriously need to look at the elevators throughout this facility. I mean, I've griped about these two outside here, and, it's a safety issue for this third floor and the second floor. If one of those elevators or both are down at the same time,
You can't
and
evacuate.
they're handicapped people, there's no way for them to get off of this part of the building.
They can go down over here.
And so,
Well, we really need that to be part of your proposal, the maintenance and upkeep on these elevators, or getting them all to that level where they keep parts and stuff where it's easy for us to fix and replace.
Yes, ma'am.
have we ever looked at setting up a maintenance agreement with one of these companies?
We do have a maintenance agreement, Commissioners, but, and Judge and Commissioner, we do have a maintenance agreement, but most of it's just come in and do kind of just a regular maintenance, but it's not to actually have a cost in there for repairs or anything like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, for clarification, is this tabled till the next meeting or just until?
Table to the next meeting if Teresa finds funds. We're hoping. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to Human Resources. Item number 1, discuss and consider award and execution of service agreements for contract labor personnel services for the following: Snelling Staffing and BuzzClan LLC and related matters. These are the temporary agencies that the departments use only when they need them, and they pay for them out of their budgets. I would make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Modas. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now we are at the end of our meeting. I was ready to just run away a while ago. Are there any adjournments in memory today?
I have two.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't think anybody else does, it looks like.
Okay. First one is Sean Christopher, a devoted husband, father, son, brother, uncle, and friend to many, passed away suddenly at the age of 63. Born in California, Sean was raised in a proud Navy family and spent his early years in Carmel, California. He was a man of many passions and talents. He loved hunting, fishing, excelled in football and lacrosse. His charisma and fearlessness were evident from a young age and carried through every chapter of his life. Soon after graduation, he found his own business, Seascapes, here in Corpus Christi, a testament to his entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to hard work. It was during that time that he met the love of his life, Annette, where they built their family with their two sons, John Hunter and Colby J. Sean imprinted his legacy throughout the coastal bend, transforming the natural beauty of Texas into breathtaking landscapes where people can connect with these spaces. Long after his passing, Sean's artistic talent, vision, and creativity continues to breathe life into our neighborhoods. each masterpiece brought to life by Sean's creativity and attention to detail. Sean never met a stranger, only future friends, and can turn even the most ordinary moment into a story worth retelling. His sense of humor wasn't just a part of him, it was his gift to the world. In a life filled with joy, noise, and the sound of shared laughter, Sean left behind a legacy of smiles that will echo for years to come, filled with love, hard work, and faith that will continue to inspire all who were fortunate enough to know him. Condolences to the Christopher family on the passing of Sean Christopher. Second one, James Hutchison Bryant Jr. Knew him as Hutch. Hutch grew up here in Corpus Christi, and unfortunately he and his wife was one of the losses in the tragedy in the Hill Country. He was born in Corpus Christi in 1963, and again passed away in Hunt, Texas, along his beloved wife, Elizabeth Blackbird Bryant. He lived a life deeply rooted in faith, family, and service to others. He was a devoted member of Christ Episcopal Church in San Antonio. He's survived by his son, James Hutchison Bryan III, and his daughter, Catherine Merritt Bryan, his brother-in-law, Royal Blackbird, and his wife, Chelsea, his sister-in-law, and many other friends and family who loved him dearly. His legacy of compassion, grace, and faith lives on through his children and all of those fortunate enough to have known him. His favorite pastime was spending time with his loved ones, whether playing tennis, paddle at a Rolling Stone concert, at a baseball game, or at home. Our condolences to the Bryan family on the loss of Hutch Bryan and his wife.
Absolutely. Our sincere condolences to both the Christopher and Bryan family, and just as the flood victims still hit us hard. So sincere condolences to them. There being no further business and no other adjournments in memory, it is 1:51 and this meeting is adjourned.